and I'm the chair of the Small Business and Consumer Affairs Committee. I am joined here by counselors, starting on my left, Councilor Presley, who is a sponsor of this hearing, Zakem, Flynn, and Wu. I want to remind everyone that this is a public hearing. It's being recorded, broadcast live. Everyone, if you could please silence your devices, including your cell phones. We will hear from panels. We have a panel established now. We'll have a second panel. We'll also hear from the public in terms of testimony. When you do testify, if you could please state your name and your affiliation, your residence, that would be helpful. If people want to submit testimony in writing, they can do so by contacting us on our website. Today's hearing is on docket number 1226. This is a hearing order to examine and discuss best equity practices in the city regarding marijuana licensing and the potential for a social equity program. The other sponsor will be joining us soon. He had an issue in his district. It's Councilor Tim McCarthy. So he will be here and he will join us as soon as he can. I'm going to start by opening up with a statement and then allow for opening statements of my colleagues. I want to begin by thanking Councilor Presley for her leadership on issues around equity and for sponsoring this important hearing order along with Councilor McCarthy. The purpose of this hearing is to discuss ways to ensure equity in the cannabis industry as it unfolds in our city. We are not here to debate whether we should have marijuana dispensaries, but rather how they will open and who will benefit. In 2016, Massachusetts and Boston voters overwhelmingly supported the idea of legalizing and regulating recreational marijuana use, with 62% of Boston voters supporting the proposal with a significant 25-point margin. This vote opened the door to a massive economic windfall to those able to take advantage of the opportunities presented. Early results prove that huge amounts of wealth will be created. Sale figures from the first 5 days of operation in Massachusetts at the 2 retail dispensaries grossed over $2.2 million in sales. That's 5 days. And that's 20% in tax revenue that will be split between the state and local governments. The average unit cost was $39.33, and the average transaction was 3.4. Now we know for decades, communities of color have been criminalized for cannabis use and possession, causing economic devastation, family separation, and emotional trauma due to mass incarceration. As the billion-dollar cannabis industry grows, it's imperative that the economic benefits are directed to the communities that have for far too long been negatively impacted by the so-called war on drugs. We need to make sure that communities that have been locked up are not locked out of this economic opportunity. We have seen with liquor licenses what can happen when an industry is allowed to develop without intention of promoting equity. People of color are locked out, and limited number of opportunities are given to the people with the most resources and economic capability. This City Council, under the leadership of Councilor Presley, made significant efforts to correct that wrong. And while work remains, we have made significant progress. We have a chance to get the cannabis industry right from the beginning. That is why we need to take action now before out-of-state dispensaries open up and take prime locations and lock out local and economic empowerment applicants. We need to establish a policy to preference and/or support equity applicants at the city level, whether it is through technical assistance, low-interest loans or grants, a restricted period of preference, zoning variances, or required ratio of equity dispensaries to non-equity dispensaries, or all of the above. We need a policy to help us correct the harms and right the wrongs that have been inflicted by mass incarceration. As a community, we also need to make sure that we're not locking ourselves out. Equity needs to be at the forefront as neighborhoods determine whether to support or oppose dispensaries. If we oppose locally owned, minority-owned, women-owned dispensaries, we risk allowing only out-of-state wealthy operators to open. We will inevitably lock ourselves out of this industry. If we ensure equity, however, we will be able to move forward in closing the huge wealth gap in Boston. I hope that this hearing will be the jumping-off point for us to move forward with equity as a key component of all policies related to cannabis in our city. Thank you again to the sponsors presenting this matter. Thank you all for being here today. And now I want to turn it over to my colleagues for opening statements, and I will begin with Congresswoman-elect Presley. Thank you.
It's very generous of you, Sister Counselor. Good morning, and I want to thank Counselor Janey for her leadership and partnership on this, and our former colleague, who I know will be on one of the panels, Counselor Jackson, who was also a leader in this space as well when he served on this body. And I want to thank you for framing that this is not a debate about the merits of the ballot question or where we find ourselves. This is really a discussion about how do we honor that which we espouse, and that is to be intentional in an inclusive economy. You know, people often bandy about the phrase that a rising tide lifts all boats. Well, it depends on what boat you're in. You know, a rising tide only lifts all boats if we are thoughtful, deliberate, inclusive, and intentional about that. And so that's why we find ourselves where we do today. In 2016, constituents of the city and state approved decisively ballot question 4, a proposal to legalize and regulate adult recreational use of cannabis. We did pass, I believe, the most progressive question in the country. That has everything to do with the mobilization efforts of Equitable Opportunities Now and others in coalition that fought to make sure that that question was one that was progressive and would ensure an equity both in ownership and in workforce. And frankly, just acknowledging the fact that in that low-income and communities of color were disproportionately impacted by the war on drugs. We passed Corey reform a decade ago, but we don't have enough Corey-friendly opportunities. And so it is disingenuous for us to challenge people to make a legitimate contribution and to get on the grid, if you will, when they continue to experience great employment discrimination. And we know that the #1 driver of recidivism is unemployment. So this is another way also for us to get at that. Now, as we've experienced, and Chief Barros and I have spent a lot of time in working sessions on the issue of liquor licensing, which is not dissimilar from this. What we've learned through that process is that it is damn hard to build equity into an existing industry. We find ourselves now on the back end trying to undo the hurt of a law that existed for 100 years. So now we are trying to mitigate and undo the hurt of that 100-year-old law. But here we have an opportunity to be proactive, deliberate, and inclusive and intentional, and to really set the blueprint and to be the example for the nation as to how to codify and to practice and implement equity in this industry. No one has gotten this right. What started us down this path, having learned the lessons of liquor license reform and why we convened those hearings and working sessions with Equitable Opportunities Now and others in coalition, is that for the dispensaries throughout the country in the states that had legalized in advance of us, less than 2% of those dispensaries were owned by people of color. So we had seen what the trend was nationally. So we wanted to get it right here. And so we still have a great deal of work to do in order to honor that. So again, with many of the folks in this room and outside of it, we worked hard to try and build equity into the DNA of this industry from the very start. And since then, we have consistently advocated that Boston and the Commonwealth of Massachusetts should take the lead in establishing equity in the recreational cannabis marketplace, from business ownership to workforce. Community input has been and will continue to be critical to deciding specific locations within a neighborhood, but we need to look at the industry from a citywide perspective, and I think it's important to revisit foundationally our aspirations, both for applicants and the system as a whole. We simply cannot have entire communities shut out of this industry and denied economic opportunity because of the damaging legacy of the war on drugs, but also because of our expressed commitments to have an inclusive economy. Today is an opportunity for us to have a transparent conversation and to be candid about, despite our most progressive and collaborative efforts, the barriers that still exist in this industry, and to hear from applicants about their experiences to date. This public hearing is the next step in ensuring that cities and towns, including Boston, are hearing and learning firsthand from potential owners and employees about their shared concerns and experiences, and about what they need to have the necessary resources and capacity to ensure that there is legitimate equity in Massachusetts recreational marijuana marketplace. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving along for opening statements, Councilor Flynn.
Thank you, Councilor Janey. I'm here to listen and to learn more about the subject. I want to thank you for your leadership on this important issue. Thank you, Councilor Janey and Councilor Presley.
Thank you. Councilor Zachem.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank the sponsors, Councilor Presley and McCarthy, for this. I think it's incredibly important, and I think Councilor Presley's efforts the last few years to, as she said, remedy centuries-long inequities in the liquor licensing system are really apt, and we need to make sure we get on top of this, and I'm gratified to see that so many representatives from the Walsh administration are here to talk about that, and I'm really here to learn as well. Philosophically, I think this is vital that we lead the way here in Boston, both from a standpoint of equity and empowering folks who have been disempowered over the years through the war on drugs, but also making sure that this new industry that seems, without a doubt, is going to be incredibly lucrative for the folks who are involved in it, keeps that money to the extent we can in our communities. Keeps those resources, those jobs here in the city of Boston. If people live in the city of Boston and folks who we can be deliberate about helping in this situation. This is going to be a highly regulated industry. It gives the city a huge amount of influence over how this is going to roll out, and I think we need to be very cognizant of that fact, and I don't want to delay the rollout process further than it already has been. I do think we need to be very deliberate about making sure this is done equitably. So I'm here to learn from this panel, from the other panels, and hopefully from some of my colleagues about the best way we can do this, what actions this council can take, both legislatively and from an advocacy perspective, to make sure we're doing everything we can to be best in class on this, as on so many other things in Boston. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Wu.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm here to support the makers of this and all of my colleagues as we continue to push the conversation on how we can be proactive and intentional in this space and many others. Overall, my view is that government often has the opportunity to influence not just the policies, but the actual economy and opportunities and outcomes. And whether it's how we spend our dollars, a conversation that many of us have engaged in, and how to make every taxpayer dollar align with our values of creating more wealth in our communities, of creating opportunities for businesses owned by people of color and women or Boston residents. So whether it's spending our dollars as a city or creating the framework and the policies that will shape how dollars can be spent and received out in the economy, in this case in a brand new industry, we have to be very intentional, because every time we have that role as government, we can either tend toward increasing income inequality or increasing wealth building in our communities and remedying, creating economic mobility. And I guarantee when we do nothing, when we just let the market run its course, we increase income inequality. So it takes real concerted effort, intentionality, and community voice to make sure we are headed in that right direction, bending the arc the right direction. And the chairwoman and the authors have always been right there on this issue. So I'm proud to be here in support and to listen. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Councilor Edwards.
Oh, thank you so much, and I want to again congratulate the makers on your leadership and again having this vital conversation today. I want to thank the Walsh administration for also coming here to make sure that when we have this conversation, we understand that it is a partnership that we're creating in this, and infrastructure that we're creating for generations. I completely echo the comments about how we're not only rectifying, but also in setting up a process that assures that we do not exasperate inequality, making sure that we can compensate for that, but also help people to flourish. I'm excited about actually all the things that we can do and working with the administration to come up with ways to recruit local businesses to step up and possibly get involved in this industry, to educate the population about this industry, and also to make sure that there's true training in how to get involved. And this administration has proven that when it comes to housing development, when it comes to general contractors and reaching out to people of color, that it is a matter of education about how the process works, how the bidding process works, how to get in the pipeline. And I want that same education and commitment to be repeated in this industry as well. I will say honestly, as a district city councilor, we're getting more and more applications and more folks asking to meet and talk to us about the emergent industry in our districts. And so far, only one has been a local business person of color who has worked and had businesses in East Boston for years, who is a resident of East Boston, whose entire team is folks from East Boston. Only one of all the applicants looking to come in to East Boston is actually from the neighborhood. He's earned the trust. He's earned the opportunity. What I'm concerned about is that we set up so much red tape and bureaucracy that this person of color, this person who is a local businessman, will get lost in this. Who's already earned the opportunity, I feel. So this is a wonderful time, and I'm really excited actually about all the positive things we can get done.
Thank you. Councillor Campbell, and then I'm going to close it out with the co-sponsor. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Councillor Janey, and thank you, Councillor Presley, for your leadership on this for a really long time, as well as the partnership with Councillor McCarthy. We obviously want to get right in. I'm looking at the hour, but I quickly want to just say, echoing comments by Councillor Edwards, there's a lot that we can do on our side to make sure that there's not a lot of red tape that people have to sort of jump through in order to open a business. But on the flip side of this, we've had a lot of applicants come into District 4, which is, excuse me, largely Dorchester and Mattapan. And the flip side is this, is when we have an applicant, and particularly an applicant of color, we in the community also have to make space for that person to open a business. We find ourselves having to remind folks that this is a legal industry, and if we aren't more open-minded in community, we're going to miss incredible opportunities to close the wealth gap. And so it works on our side that we have to sort of have these conversations, but on the flip side, we also have to make sure we're educating the community about the process, the legality of this business, the opportunities that are available to grow wealth, not only for an individual, but for an entire community. So there's a lot of folks from the community here. I think as a city, we also have to be thinking about how do we educate our community to be more open-minded when it comes to this business. I also want to thank Councillor Janey for your committee work, but also your leadership with respect to these issues around equity. So thank you.
Thank you. And we'll close it out with opening statement from the other co-sponsor, Councillor McCarthy.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson, and thanks to Councillor Presley for teaming up with me on this very important issue. I apologize that I was late. There were some Grinches in Hyde Park, and we took care of that issue. And there are more Santa's helpers in Hyde Park than there are Grinches, so there you have it. So I apologize for being late. I don't want to repeat what everybody said. I'm eager to get into the hearing. For me, this is all about, as Council President said, this is all about equity. We went to the Denver trip. We had, it was a whirlwind trip and a very packed agenda. We met with the growers, we met with the sellers, we met with the operators, we met with the buyers, we met with the police and the health, and the bureaucrats who run the whole show. And the one word that everybody said consistently was restrictions. I can't tell you how many times I heard if you get the toothpaste out of the tube, you can't get the toothpaste back in. If you let the genie out of the bottle, you can't get the genie back in. For me, anytime and every time this body has any opportunity to restrict a growing industry that could negatively affect our neighborhoods, it's a positive. I'm all about business. I'm all about building in the market that we're having here today. But I will tell you, I voted no on 2. I worked no on 2, and I lost. And now what my job is to make sure that District 5 gets quality people to run the shops in our area, responsive people, and by all means, Boston people would be lovely. And that's how I feel about it. So I'm eager for the hearing. I want to thank again Councilor Presley for teaming with me. I want to thank the chairperson for hanging on, and thank everybody else for talking long enough to get me in here in time to open statement. So thanks.
Thank you. We now have a panel from the city, and we'll just open it up. We're joined by Chief Jerome Smith, he's Chief of Civic Engagement. We're joined by Alexis, is it Tachuk? Tachuk? Okay, great. Who is the Director of Emerging Industries. We also have Chief Barrows, Chief of Economic Development, and we are also joined by Selena Barrios-Milner. Great. However you want to open, I assume you have presentations?
Good morning.
Chief
Good morning,
Barrows.
Chairwoman Janey. Good to see you. Good morning to the councilors, and thank you to the sponsors of this conversation today. Congresswoman-elect Presley, thank you. Councilor McCarthy, thank you. I know the President of the Council was just here. Want to address her as well. My name, for the record, is John Barrows. I'm Chief of Economic Development for the City of Boston, joined here by members of the administration that you've already acknowledged. We're ready to, and excited to have a conversation with you about an emerging industry in its very early stages. And as we learn and grow together, I'm going to echo Councilor Edwards' comments that this is a partnership, and we look forward to having a partnership with you to set up the right regulations and the right policies and supports to make sure that this emerging industry leaves a legacy of equity, inclusion, and opportunity, both because of the historic damage that the product has had in our communities, but also because of the promise in what it can do to bridge some of the inequities in our economy, both on the income side and wealth generation side. And so on behalf of Mayor Walsh, we're excited to be here today as we walk down this journey. But this is a journey that needs to be deliberate, intentional, and should not be hurried because some people remember the mayor was no. This is not a debate on the law. It is not a debate on the voices of the public. This is us needing to be intentional and from the beginning. And so as the city learns with you and as the city learns from the industry, we look forward to creating the right policies, regulations, and supports. I will say this, the city government needs to also evolve with this new industry. So I and we have met with many cannabis business owners, providers, and those throughout the country that have spent a lot of money and time on this. And we are learning a lot, and there's still a lot to learn to make sure that we get this right. We are learning from other cities across the country and here in Massachusetts, and are seeing some of the positive outcomes and sometimes unintended negative consequences this can have on a neighborhood, community, city. Specifically on minority participation or lack thereof, and we want to make sure that we get it right. You will hear from my colleagues here, but we also have with us Natalia Urtubey, who's the Director of Small Business. And as it relates to the small business unit in economic development, we currently offer a host of services to existing small businesses, programs that include technical assistance, small business loans, Restore, and a program designed to help small businesses update and replace their signs and facades. However, none of these programs are currently available to those in the cannabis industry because these programs are funded by the Federal Community Development Block Grant from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. And because of the prohibition of using federal funds on these activities, the funding cannot and the programming cannot be used to support cannabis business development and assistance. So all of the current development, all of the current assistance that we've been giving in meetings and talking to people as we help to try to usher this forward is happening outside of our current small business support infrastructure. We will be returning to you in a conversation on how to create a more robust set of supports by the city that needs to be funded in our budget process. And we will also need to have a conversation about how we create more funds, perhaps dedicated funding from the growth of this industry that allows us to continue to invest in capacity, information and education, and outreach to people to join us in this industry. This industry is not just about those who are growing or selling in the retail space cannabis products. This industry is also about the auxiliary indirect services to the industry, whether in delivery, in packaging, in regulation, in review. This industry is, in fact, as we've seen it throughout the country and has been acknowledged here, an opportunity for growth of all types of businesses. And in order to get it right, we have to have the kind of capacity that we need at the city level to be able to support those who are typically not in these conversations. If, in fact, we were to open up the floodgates, there is no question we would have people ready to open today. They would not represent the demographics of our city, because, in fact, the people that we've been talking to and the money that is ready to come into our city do not represent the demographics of our city and would not further the equity conversation or the quality conversation that we are having today. Therefore, you will hear from the Director of Emerging Industries, Mr. Chuck, about new guidance that we are looking to put forth to help us understand who these applicants really are. We need to understand the ownership makeup. We need to understand participation. We have been told and we are worried about representation without ownership. And we are worried about making sure that those who participate are participating in an equitable way in their own partnerships. You will also hear about the work that we are doing in the Equity and Inclusion Unit from Director Barrios Milner, and what we are doing in general to help make sure that employers are thinking about their employment practices. And so it's not just about the businesses who are going to enjoy the growth of this industry. It is also about training and developing the kind of talent that we need to come from our neighborhoods to help move this along from an employee standpoint. Really critical for us. With that said, I'd like to turn this over to Director Chuck Nuck to talk about specifically some of the work that we've been doing in this industry.
Thank you, Chief Barrows. Good morning, everybody. I'm going to give a quick overview of the history of what's been going on in the Boston community this past year. I realize that most of the attendees here are familiar with the process, so forgive me for sounding a little dry, but I do want to explain the process to those who might not understand it or be aware of it. In anticipation of the July 1st, 2018 start date for recreational marijuana sales, the City of Boston began preparing its zoning maps and process in January of 2018. The maps were voted on and passed by the BPDA and the Zoning Commission within 60 days, with the city's only two zoning conditions being the state prohibition of 500 feet from a K through 12 school and a buffer zone of a half-mile between marijuana establishments, which the Boston City Council established in March of 2016 when they were zoning medical marijuana establishments. On April 30th, 2018, the City of Boston's marijuana page went live to the public and included an online application, an outline of the city's process, and the most frequently asked questions and answers that come into the city's 311 system. The site has since been updated to include the 4 host community agreements that the city has executed with operators, and our Department of Information and Technology has plans to continue the buildup of the site. Accordingly, as a new industry, the city is mindful there may be unforeseen consequences and is creating policies and having dialogue with stakeholders to update any processes or correct any unintended nuisances brought to its attention. Currently, the city has a 5-step process. 1, the online application. 2, an application to the Inspectional Services Department. 3, a butter notification and a community meeting. This is also a state law requisite for applicants. 4, a host community agreement discussion. And 5, the project goes before the Zoning Board of Appeals for a vote. Applications for proposed businesses that fall within similar geographical areas are evaluated by the city and judged on a totality of the circumstances along the following sets of criteria: timing of the application, traffic concerns, parking concerns, community feedback, siting, and whether there is a diversity or equity designation or a diverse applicant team. The most difficult part of this process is that unlike an RFP or a specific bid that comes into the city, applications for proposed businesses come in on a rolling basis. So unless a batch of applications comes in at the same time for the same area, it's difficult to compare proposals and conjecture what might be coming in at a later date. However, in the instance of Boston's first recreational retail host community agreement, we were able to evaluate 3 proposals for the North Station area at the same time because their applications came in during the same time period. In reviewing the proposals, and with our recognition of social justice initiatives in the cannabis industry, Boston selected Ascend Mass to execute the host community agreement with. This company is led by a minority woman that has created a partnership with the Suffolk County Sheriff's Department to hire recently released inmates as workers. And to address the aforementioned uncertainty regarding the rolling application system, the city is taking steps to ensure that equity, diversity, and inclusion are considerations for all of the city's applicants. Boston will include language in its host community agreements that states that the company shall endeavor to establish a diversity and inclusion plan for people of color, women, and women and minority-owned businesses to participate in the development of the site, including but not limited to the construction, design, development, financing, operations, and ownership of the company. A violation of this provision would subject an applicant to sanctions and administrative review of their license. The city's IGR team has copies of that legal language that they're going to provide to all of you to review this morning. In meetings and discussions with already established cannabis corporations that are not locally owned, the city has emphasized its desire to have local participation and recognition of the social justice approach, and has recommended these companies serve as mentors and facilitators for those who wish to be entrepreneurial or even those who want to just work in the industry. Some companies have already established productive working relationships with the Boston community. Sarah Naturals has selected a Boston applicant team for its Entrepreneur and Micro Business Accelerator program. The local team, called 612 Studios, wishes to site in Hyde Park and has been certified as an economic empowerment applicant with the state and is owned by a husband and wife who are minority applicants. MedMen underwrote a $10,000 job fair and Corey Legal Service Assistance Program that was held at the Reggie Lewis Center on July 25th. 500 participants came to this fair with resumes. $5,000 was exclusively devoted to free Corey sealing services, and 60 local residents had their records successfully sealed. The company has pledged to continue the effort when I asked them. They said that they have helped thousands seal or expunge in California to date. For the job fair portion of that event at the Reggie Lewis Center, vendors from 16 dispensaries showed up, and they had 143 available jobs that were available with immediate start dates, and they told participants they would be filling 415 positions within 12 months. MedMen New York also runs a leadership institute which provides free training on the marijuana business, assistance with how to pitch funders, and training on how to run operations, and they provide this training for minority applicants and women. They've stated they would do the same here in Massachusetts. In collaboration with Chief Barros's office and echoing some of his previous comments, we've also had conversations with minority applicants to discuss establishing small businesses that do not sell marijuana products, but provide the ancillary tools that marijuana businesses need to comply with state law, most notably the OPEG bagging creation and distribution. Our office has also heard from minority commercial property owners in support of certain applications, because even though they will not be part of the marijuana license, the long-term tenancy and rental rates, which applicants will pay for their commercial space, is more lucrative than many other small businesses. The City of Boston has done and will continue to research best practices for this emerging industry and how to promote equity, social justice, and quality of life for its residents, and learn from some of the missteps of Denver, California, and Oregon's industry with regards to citing and equity criticisms. As Congresswoman Presley recently said a few minutes ago, no one has really gotten this right yet. There is no opposition mentality from the Walsh administration as it relates to establishing a recreational marijuana industry and business inclusion for minorities. Rather, we continue to embrace the opportunity to build business and social policies that create a proud Boston legacy. We're happy to continue the dialogue with you today. Thank you.
Do other panelists want to present?
Do you have anything?
Hi, good morning. I'm Selena Barrios Milner. I'm the director of the newly created Equity and Inclusion Unit, which sits in the Mayor's Office of Economic Development. Thank you for having us here today. I want to thank the community advocates and businesses that are here for your advocacy and your collaboration on ensuring more residents, people of color, and women are included in this new industry. The Equity and Inclusion Unit was created in 2018 to align the work of the Mayor's Office of Economic Development towards ensuring that Boston residents, veterans, and people of color have the opportunity for shared success and prosperity through economic growth. We currently provide targeted workshops. We monitor construction projects through the Boston Resident Jobs Policy, and we connect women and minority-owned businesses to contracting opportunities through the Certification and Contracts Program. Additionally, through strategic policy development, we seek to break down barriers to our residents participating fully in our thriving economy. As it relates to this industry, we foresee an important role in connecting our women and minority-owned businesses to the cannabis businesses seeking to operate in Boston, as well as connecting individuals seeking to become owners or get involved in some way through workshop opportunities. Lastly, and I think that's why we're here today, there will be a need to develop new policies around this new industry. We're here to learn and collaborate with you to ensure that Boston's residents, women, and people of color have access to this and other economic opportunities.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hi, Counselor.
How are you?
My name is Jerome Smith. I am Mayor Walsh's Chief of Civic Engagement and his Director of the Office of Neighborhood Services. As the Office of Neighborhood Services, my role predominantly is step 3 in the process. Our office is triggered once an applicant has been denied by ISD for zoning relief and must go before the Zoning Board of Appeals. My office, we have thought about this new industry and some anxiety that we had initially received from residents in the community about how to do this. And so we elected to do the process similar to something that they were already comfortable with, which was with the ZBA process for a development project or a new restaurant or a new liquor store. We wanted to make things consistent because we agree with you, councilors, that we need the community to understand that this is a legal product, just like a liquor store. And so what we constantly say is, think about when you're trying to cite a liquor store in your community, think about citing a marijuana establishment the same way. We begin these meetings. The mayor wanted to make sure that even down to the facilitation was consistent. And so even though I have 22 neighborhood liaisons spread across the city representing different neighborhoods, only 2 individuals in my office facilitate the meetings, my Chief of Staff, Edward McGuire, and my Director of Policy, Keith Williams. And that's because the mayor wanted every applicant to have a facilitated meeting the same way, no variations, and so we thought that consistency was important for the community to answer the same questions. We start off all our community meetings by the same way the councilors started this meeting, by letting everybody know that this is not a debate about the policy of legalization of marijuana. There are some tensions in the community when we start the meetings off with this way. We then present to the community the actual vote totals of the precincts within that area, so that the residents can see the overwhelming support for the industry. That takes some pressure off of the meeting when they actually get to see that their friends and neighbors around them have embraced this, and it may not be the 30 that are in the room to 50 that are in the room, but overall the hundreds that are in that area have voted for this new industry. So once we get the community to kind of realize that the purpose of the community meeting is to actually have a discussion. That's when we get down to the business of the traffic mitigation, parking, security, and some of those topics. And so, we have a very laid out process that is online, and every applicant can see it, and if they've ever gone to the ZBA for it, it is the same. There's a few differences that we will have that we can raise that our state required are that we actually the applicant must mail notices to residents within 300 feet of the facility. That is to get at the issues that we're having with the ZBA notices where ISD will mail the landowner, who technically may not live in the building, but it never reaches the tenant who's renting. So we make them mail the address directly, so that way we are capturing residents who are renters. And so they have an opportunity to be engaged in what is happening in their community. So we made sure that change occurred. We also make them put a flyer in a newspaper of general circulation at least 7 days prior to their community meeting. Along with mailing, we require them to also flyer the area, the same 300 feet, just to kind of ensure that residents are aware of the community meeting. And then we also post notices within the city clerk's office. Once we also get triggered, the ONS liaison then encourages the applicant to reach out to the local neighborhood association who may have the catchment area of where this facility is going in. We let the applicant know that meeting with the neighborhood association does not count towards their one state required community meeting. That meeting must be facilitated through the city of Boston, not through the neighborhood association. But when we encourage them, since they want to be good neighbors, that is important for them to go to the neighborhood association and meet with that neighborhood association. Inside the community meeting, there are 4 topics that they are mandated by the state to talk about. The types of the marijuana establishment to be located at the address, whether it is going to be a grow facility, a retail facility, or a manufacturing facility. Information adequate to demonstrate that the location will be maintained securely. Steps to be taken by the marijuana establishment to prevent diversion to minors. A plan by the marijuana establishment to positively impact the community, and information adequate to demonstrate that the location will not constitute as a public nuisance. So those are 4 things that each applicant is told that when they do their presentation, they need to factor in those 4 items in their presentation and relate it to the community members. These community meetings are not time constrained. The mayor felt that it was important that every community member have an opportunity to ask a question. And so we set a beginning time. We do not say it's 8 o'clock, it's time for the meeting to end, because the mayor says if anybody who has showed up to the meeting wants to talk about the impacts of the community, they should be offered that opportunity. And so we will let the meetings go until every resident has felt that they had their say. Afterwards, liaisons are in the crowd. While they're not facilitating the meeting, they're actually taking notes on themes that emerge from the meetings. You've heard this before. We generally look to hear about residents' discussions of operations of hours, signage, neon signage, community benefits, regular commentary, and all this information is compiled and then sent to the Director of Emerging Industries for her to consider when she's negotiating the community host agreement with the city. After that, we keep all these records, all this information that we gathered, we keep it stored in our office for future use. And then we make those, and we forward that information for the mayor, for the liaison to work with the mayor to form a decision about how he will present his position at the Zoning Board of Appeals. So I'd be happy to discuss any questions regarding the community process with you.
Wonderful. Why don't we open up for questions? I know there are a lot of people here and probably want to testify. And I will begin, and anyone on the panel can kind of take us through this. And you've covered a lot of this already in your opening. But if you could just simply state, if you are an applicant who wants to apply, and well, you want to open up a shop somewhere in the city of Boston, what do you do? Just what are the quick steps? And I know each of you kind of touched upon it in your opening, so anyone can just take that on. The first thing I need to do is
go to the city website and fill out an online application. It'll ask for the residence of which, or the address of which, where you wish to site, and what type of business.
Mm-hmm. Could you, I think it's for you, Alexis, can you take us through how many applications are in the pipeline now, total for the city of Boston, and then what is the percentage of equity applicants or empowerment zone applicants?
So right now, we have over 50. A few have come in within the past few days that have gone to step 1, which is that online application. However, only half of those have gone to step 2, which is ISD to apply for the permit. So out of that half, we've scheduled or had 20 public meetings. So that's,
Can I
yeah.
interrupt? So the half that didn't make it to step 2, what happened? What was the issue?
So I don't want to be presumptuous about their conditions. I don't know if they're still working on site control and they're not ready to go to ISD and initiate the community process.
Okay.
But they're in the queue as if we're exploring this, and this would be the address, and this would be the type of business. They just aren't ready for a variety of reasons to go to step 2.
And if someone wanted to be an equity applicant, they'd go through the state and apply?
Yes. And in fact, I got the list from the state a little over a week ago, and I was trying to cross-reference who has applied with the city and who has applied with the state. On the list of those who have gone to ISD, out of the equity applicants, there is only one. However, I had recent communication with
And only one out of how many total who are in step 2?
only one out of 27.
So only one
Yes.
out of 27. So for me, that begs the question, what are we not getting right at the local level? So at the state level, we've got some guidance around how we can support equity applicants. What more needs to happen at the local level, and what kind of collaboration needs to take place between city and state to ensure that there's more equity and inclusion in this industry?
So the easy answer is people are not applying. The more complex answer is the support that is needed to get people to the place where they can apply into the formal process, right? And so there's just not enough. With the applicants that I've been personally working with, there's a lot of work to be done in order to be ready to apply and then have control of site. And then be able to come to ISD, get denied, because everybody knows you get denied, and then you have to come back and work with the community in order to go through the process to get approved. That's not even happening yet, because most people are trying to figure out the business. They're trying to figure out where their supply is going to be coming from, or they're trying to figure out how they're going to cultivate and grow and what they need. And so it's not that people aren't interested. There is interest, and there's local interest. But the ramp up to get there is fraught with banks not trying to lend to these types of businesses. It's fraught with not having a lot of technical assistance out there. It's fraught with a lot of people having conversations with some of the national big players about whether there's a partnership, not a partnership, trying to figure out the conversation about how you build capacity to come in. That's where the conversation is really happening right now. And the ecosystem around support is weak. I articulated some of the challenges there.
And so how do we strengthen that? Because and I want to come back to how many of the equity applicants applied but didn't make it to step 2 in the process. So we know that one has made it to step 2. How many have not?
2, and we called them to start the community process with them and talk to them about going to ISD and help with that process.
Yeah, I guess for me, the question becomes, and I know the city can't do everything, but what more? How can we be intentional? And what else can we be doing to ensure that the TA is there for folks who want to start up this business, that the actual guidance, I'm hearing from people in my district who are interested, who are ready to go, who want to do this, and they're telling me that they're not getting a response back from the city. So that's the feedback that I'm getting. I just want to make sure, I just want to make sure that we can get through this, and everyone will have an opportunity to speak who wants to speak. So I just want to make sure that we're doing all that we can to make sure that the information is clear, that it can be accessed, that if people need support, if people have questions, that there's clear guidance coming from the city, and that equity inclusion is at the forefront of everything that we do. And we've made, some progress in other industries, other areas throughout the city. For me, this has to be in everything that we do.
Yeah, so I can't speak to the process before they apply, but if people are applying, our process is pretty simple, right? And getting to there, though, is not happening. So I'd love to talk to every single individual today that feels like they've applied or they've tried to apply with the city and are having a problem getting through the process. Because our process is pretty simple Where we have deficiencies, Counselor, I don't think in the process, I'll talk to anybody about the process once they apply to the city. Where we have deficiencies is before you apply, right? And those deficiencies are pretty clear. Our small business support infrastructure is tied in and intricately woven with federal funds. We need our Congresswoman-elect and others in D.C. to change the prohibition for federal funds to be used to support these businesses. Now, because I know that's going to take a long time, if we're going to do more on the front end of the application before people formally apply to the city, then we need to relook at how we structure that system. And that's a longer conversation. Okay. But I just want to delineate, right? So if somebody calls me and says, "Hey, John, I'm looking at starting a business in this space," and I've gotten those calls, I will sit down with them. Alexis sat down with me, and we had conversations. Well, here's what we know, and here's what you do, and then once you're ready to do that, apply to us, and then you'll trigger our formal process. Besides that, and we are doing that currently with minority owners, besides that, there's not a lot happening. You apply to the state for the empowerment license, fine, but who's there to support you? You come to the city and you're like, what's your process? Fine, but who's there to support you through? And the only folks who really have the resources to bring to bear to walk through that process pretty simply, in fact, are the big money players nationally that are coming to the city.
Absolutely. And so then the question becomes, how do we support local? How do we support women? How do we support people of color?
Yeah.
And we already know that the folks from out of state, the medical folks, we know that they're well positioned.
Well positioned.
And if we care about equity and inclusion, and we have to be intentional about how we roll this out. I want to come back before I open it up to my colleagues to a comment earlier. I think it was you, Chief Smith, that said you want us to think about this, how we think about liquor licenses.
Yep.
And one question is, how is this different, if at all? And then two, how do we think about it a little differently? Because in my experience as an active resident in the city of Boston, whenever there is, a liquor license being proposed, particularly if it's a store, a retail store as opposed to a restaurant, there's automatic opposition because that's just the nature of, people in the community. They say, no, we have enough, or no, there's problems because that liquor store, in my neighborhood is a problem. I don't want to see something else that's going to be a problem. So for me, I think we've got to think about this in an entirely different way, again, with equity being at the forefront. So one, if you could just say whether or not there is a difference in terms of how the city responds to this, and then how your office can help folks see things through a different lens.
Thank you, Councilor. The comparison to the liquor stores is exactly to your point about the opposition that is generally created. Our community meetings pretty much start off with strong opposition. It is almost anticipated that we are starting from that place with every community meeting. The reason why, and again, we are definitely open to conversations about how to change this, but to make it smoother for the public who are the engaged residents who attend all the community meetings and go to the development meetings, go to the neighborhood, we wanted it to be a process that they were familiar with. And so we assumed that we would facilitate it in the way that we do with restaurant openings, liquor store openings. You want to put a deck on your house, you want to put an addition on your house. We figure that is a process that is kind of ingrained in our neighborhoods, and that people would feel as though they understood how that worked as far as residents, not the applicants, because we can walk the applicants through it, but as far as the residents who are looking to say, we will embrace this in our community, we wanted to make that kind of consistent for them. There are some caveats, such as the mailing requirements, things like that from the state, and the 4 things that we make them speak about in the community. But at the end of the day, the law was written, and you can see because the comparison of the total number of liquor licenses in the city of Boston was compared to the total number of package store licenses we have, is that the thought of the law was to regulate this just like alcohol, another social consumption product that adults can consume. that we should look at this as a legal product that adults should be able to consume. And so I just think there has to be consistency with residents to start talking about, like I said in the beginning of the meetings, we have to clear out the kind of anti-feeling about the product. And it takes a while in the beginning of the meeting to get residents to realize that this is not the opportunity. We're not creating a space for you to say that you are anti-marijuana. That was solved at the ballot, which is the best way to get that done. We are here to talk about how, your question about liquor stores. When a liquor store wants to, or a convenience store, you have a convenience store on the corner of your street, sells, milk, soda, chips, stuff like that, and then they put a petition out on their counter, and they want to present a public need for them to ask the city to give them a beer and wine license because they think their residents would like to come to their store to buy the beer and wine because maybe your nearest liquor store is like 2-3 miles down the road. Right, so they put a petition out. So what we are trying to get the public to start thinking through is, this is a legal product, and this is just another company that wants to come in and sell the legal product. What would you like to do to make sure that it's blended into your community in the least disruptive way? And so that's where we start steering the crowd to start talking about things that are quality of life issues. Hours of operation. Do you want it open till midnight? Do you want it closed at 9? Do you want it open at 9 in the morning? Signage. A lot of stores, they don't want alcohol signs in the windows. They don't want neon cigarette signs in the windows. So with this store, what are you concerned about signage? Parking. We saw what's happening over in central Massachusetts. What are you doing about parking? What are you doing about traffic mitigation? And so this is what we're trying to get the residents one by one in these meetings to start thinking holistically, like they already do with other industries that come before them, is to get past the initial, I don't want marijuana in my neighborhood, to being like, okay, I understand that people in my community want this product. Let's make sure that we're settling this product in here in the least disruptive way. And that's what we're trying to get at. But I'm open to discussions.
Let me just say this too about traffic. So traffic is crazy in our city, regardless of industry or where you live. And that's a problem, a bigger problem that we have to solve. One of the reasons we see the long lines in the traffic going to these other 2 stores is because there's only 2 stores. And so if, all the stores opened up all at once, then you wouldn't have these crazy, it's like when you do a new release of a new iPhone.
Product or something, and everybody lines up nice
everyone
before.
Lines up. Right. But once the product's been out there for a while, then things kind of calm down. I want to come back to, and then I do want to open it up for folks. I heard earlier some talk about working with some of the folks who are more established to kind of set up programs to support other folks, and that's all well and good. I guess what I'm really interested in is making sure that we have more opportunities for ownership for people who have been impacted by the war on drugs. And it's not enough for an applicant to tell me, oh, well, I'm going to have diverse hires, or the construction jobs, will have diversity there, which all of that is important. So I don't want to discount it. That's certainly important. But what I want to focus on, at least for this question, this conversation, is the ownership piece. How do we ensure that people, because as we have already talked about, this is a billion-dollar industry. We already saw that in the first 5 days, how much money it was. And so how do we ensure that there's opportunity for ownership for people and communities of color who have been impacted by the war on drugs?
Right, I think that's the question, right? It's similar to, I think, what we're doing in the construction industry, where some of the better pathways for building capacity, wealth, and ownership is through some JVs, right? Having some joint ventures and making sure that some of the smaller players can work with some of the larger general contractors to be part of the larger commercial deals in our city. What I'm finding is that some of the conversations with some of the local minority women owners or entrepreneurs at this stage is with some of the larger players about some kind of a joint venture, because there's so much that you need to do to ramp up, and capital is so restricted that you need to find people who are positioned, have the know-how, have the experience, and can help you walk down this journey.
So how is the city helping facilitate that conversation? And are any of these applicants that we talked about co-ops? So 2 separate questions.
2 separate questions.
To 2 of you, yes.
Yeah, so I'll use an example. Currently working with Taba Moses, who is an entrepreneur in the city. lives in JP. He's looking to build a real company out of this. And I've met with a number of different national players to work with Taba and his group in trying to set up the right partnership so that they can launch their firm. He has now submitted an application with a location in Lower Roxbury. If he hasn't reached out to you, he'll be reaching out to you soon. But Taba's journey in setting up the right partnerships with national players has come through our office, in which he has brought each one of those partners to meet with me, and we've talked about, A, what their experiences have been around the country, how they'll work with Taba, and some of, in fact, Taba's own social justice goals in trying to create this firm. You know, in that journey, he is talking to some of the more successful, really big companies around the country and trying to create the right team to build a company locally that will then, in his own goals, help to create a training program here in Boston that brings more people, particularly those with Corey, into the industry as employees and then hopefully future owners.
So I'm really interested in the ownership.
It's a really interesting structure. I think it's the kind of structure that's promising. I'd love for you one day to meet with Taba so he can talk to you about his journey. And so he took a while before he even put a formal application with the city, right? Because he just wasn't at that stage yet. He recently formally applied with the Lower Roxbury site, Lower Roxbury South End site, a week ago? Last week, right? And very, very methodically walking out the process. Before he does the formal community meeting, my understanding, he's going to meet with a bunch of the neighborhood associations first, stakeholders, and a bunch of other voices, including your own, who he should be talking about. And then there's the formal community meeting. So this process takes some time. In an emerging industry with a lot of questions by a lot of people, with national players who are ready to dive in, right? And him trying to figure out how he makes it happen. I know he's got a professor at Harvard who has helped him out that I've met with. On how you do this, because there's a whole space around the educational needs of cultivating and selling. So anyways, it's a paint a picture of a very complex set of questions and relationships that take time before an application to the city is even submitted, and then takes a little bit more time before you have the official meeting, because there's so many other community players that you should be talking to, so that your official meeting can be somewhat orderly and have real conversation about the business versus people who are coming to lobby an existing law that we can't change.
Yep, so my other question, Alexis, was around whether or not any of the applicants have come to you, are looking to kind of do some sort of profit sharing or have some kind of co-op model where the employees who are working have either an ownership stake or can earn their way to that. Do you know if that is the case?
No, we don't have any applicants that fit that.
Okay. What's the model host agreement look like?
Sure. Are you talking about the language that I discussed?
Yeah.
So the language that I discussed talked about the inclusion of women and minority businesses, and it also lays out what the definition of that is, because we want to be clear there. LA has had some problems with their equity programs, so I don't think that we want to repeat that. No. In general, the host community agreement is for 3% cost of doing business associated with the city, and then any unique operational concerns, such as Chief Smith just talked about, hours of operation, different neighborhoods,
Has
things of that
Boston
nature.
talked with Somerville about the work that they're doing in this space around equity? And we'll hear from some folks from Somerville in the next panel, but I'm wondering, just in terms of the ordinance that they passed around equity, has there been any kind of conversation?
Our intergovernmental team has been going back and forth with them as their proposal's been rolled out. We've been waiting to see what their zoning map would also look like. We know that they're probably looking at about 7 of these businesses. I know they're going to try to do a 1-for-1, and their total number might be around 7. Boston, we're in a different position where our number might be around 52.
Would a 1-for-1 work here? What are your thoughts, Chief Barrows?
Thanks for putting me on the spot, Councilor. I think a 1-for-1 should be considered. I think a 1-for-1 would allow us to be deliberate and intentional and allow for people to build capacity to the businesses, right? A one-for-one will slow us down. I'm for that.
Yeah.
Because equity, I think, should be our primary objective, right? And so I'm just saying that very publicly, right? And so I do a 1 for 2, right? But I think looking at equity and how we do this in a way where we can pause, make sure people run and catch up. We don't do that in other industries. I think is a really smart thing to consider.
Okay. I do want to open things up. I know lots of people have questions, and I'm going to start by going to Congresswoman-elect Presley.
Thank you, Councilor Janey, and thank you for that robust line of questioning. And I know I stepped out for a moment, so hopefully I'm not asking something that forces you to be repetitive. So I apologize in advance if that is the case. And I appreciate Councilor Janey's question about best practices that are already being employed within the Commonwealth to look to. And I also appreciate your acknowledging that we may need to create new policies. As important as it is that we are being deliberate and being intentional and comprehensive, I also think it's important that we're nimble and that we're agile. And so, one of the things that I think we can look back to is medicinal marijuana, right? So we went through that, and there were 182 applicants, 8 provisional licenses awarded, 1 to a person of color. So whatever happened there, we don't want to do.
Exactly.
So I just want to make sure that not only are we in real time getting the benefit and getting that education from folks that are looking to access this on the recreational side, there are immediate lessons that we can learn about what was prohibitive and unintended consequences from medicinal marijuana where we did not see equity. So that's the first thing. The second thing is, when I think about medicinal marijuana, do we have any clawbacks? Because to Councilor Janey's point, in the sort of competitiveness of applications, if people said that they had a hiring plan for veterans, for women, for people of color, they were put to the top of the pile. So now those businesses are open, and have they honored that? Right. So what are the clawbacks and the accountability that when people are applying and they are considered a more, competitive applicant and even getting community buy-in based on those promises? But how are we holding them accountable to that? The other is, it's my understanding our unemployment rates here are pretty low, but if we were to do a deeper dive, and you might have some of this data now, I mean, just anecdotally, I would say disproportionate unemployment rates are still going to be higher disproportionately in communities of color. In other states, Colorado as an example, their unemployment rates dropped. They have one of the lowest unemployment rates in the country. So to your point about contextualizing the argument for this, combating the stigma, and couching it in how decisively this won. I think there's also an argument to be made about the prioritization of combating unemployment, combating underemployment, combating youth unemployment. We know that there's a direct overlay and correlation with the violence that we see, and specifically that those, not just that have quarries, but young people, that are unemployed. So let me just start there, and then I'll get into some more specific questions. So do we currently have any clawbacks, and have we done a look back at what we did with medicinal marijuana for lessons learned, and do we have any clawbacks about promises that were made by those owners?
I think that we do with our host community agreements, the language that I discussed. We would be able to open up the dialogue of, are you in compliance with your host community agreement? If we didn't feel that their responses were sufficient, we obviously can work with the state that licenses them, that has a suitability review committee, and say we feel that they're in violation of their host community agreement with the city of Boston, and initiate the appropriate administrative steps at that point.
Okay.
But perhaps the city would like more leverage. And perhaps in the evolution of regulation and how we're thinking about these laws, it'd be great to give the city a little bit more say than just land use, right, in the ongoing operation of these businesses. So I want to be very clear. I appreciate that we have language. I appreciate we can lobby, right, and call the state, but we have no real authority in this manner, right? So if, in fact, the city wanted to have a
greater oversight,
to make sure this
Baked-in
happens,
clawbacks.
I want to be really clear, we would love to partner with you in creating the kinds of levers that we need to make sure that happens.
It's very difficult. A lot of the conversations that residents also bring up with us in the community meetings, we have to inform them that we actually don't have, I can't deem what they're saying to be a reason to stop that. And that's why we have to bring the residents back to kind of, again, we're the citing, they own, the state laws only allowed us to be the citing arm of this whole process. And so some of the things that the community is asking for, we have to tell them that that's not really in the purview or the control.
Yeah.
I am solely here to
Sure.
say if 1235 Tremont Street is a suitable location by zoning for the residents. And then after
And
that,
that is a big part
we
of the
have to-
education, because
Yeah.
there are other places where there's dual jurisdiction.
Yeah.
So city and state share
Like the
that.
licensing board, which
Right,
is,
correct. So, but we don't have that here, okay.
don't have that.
So right now, there isn't, a very specific lever or prompt of clawback accountability that when people say, I have a hiring plan, what leverage do we have to hold them accountable in real time to report back that they have in fact done that?
We would
Okay.
like clearer leverage on that. And then to your
Okay.
point on unemployment, you're right. So Boston is enjoying historic unemployment numbers, but when you go into our communities and when you go into communities with Corey, when you look at men of color, when you look at subsections of our community, in fact, those multiples are double, triple that of the general population. And so there is an opportunity here to employ those who are not and have been historically under and unemployed. Which is why we think it's really important that the Office of Equity and Inclusion work with, we think, new tools, once again, and new funding sources, and I want to be really clear about this, right? In the same way that we linked linkage to affordable housing and the Jobs Trust, we need to rethink this new industry and how this industry helps to participate and perpetuate the
Right.
kind of talent pool and the kind of ecosystem that makes it healthy for all of us.
Absolutely, Chief.
Right?
And to Councilor Janey's point, and why we keep pushing the wealth part, is that, again, in wanting this to be, we espouse the value of an inclusive economy,
Right.
getting at the wealth gap and the contrast along racial lines. It's just proven, the data supports that women-owned companies hire more women.
Yep.
Companies that are owned by people of color hire more people of color. And so this is one chief way that we get at that wealth gap and where folks will be more intentional in those disparities. I also just wanted to be clear, a phenomenon that we've experienced with public safety that has made it harder for us to get homegrown talent into those positions, and it's been strengthened thanks to the leadership of Councilor Flaherty and others, are residency requirements, because we did see a lot of people using mattress addresses in order to be a Boston police officer or firefighter or that sort of thing. So are there any residency requirements? And then I just wanted to know how many applicants do we have currently? Do we have like a baseline number of people that have applied?
So we have a little over 50 that have applied at
Okay.
step one, which is to indicate initial interest and their site, their hopeful site. We have about half of that have gone to step two at ISD and have said that they're ready to apply for a permit.
Okay, all right. And then in terms.
Only one was an equity applicant.
Okay, and then,
Right, that's right.
Yeah.
so then in terms of timeline, so again, when I look at medicinal marijuana, that ended up being a prohibitive process because of, and this is something we look to with Equitable Opportunities Now and others to address in our ballot question and in this process, is that the timing was so long and people were losing money while they were just in the process of being considered. Or the application fee was $30,000 and then they had, so again, if you're looking at systemically disenfranchisement, not the same equitable access to capital and these things. So could you walk me through, what do we think the timeline is for this? Because I'm just keenly aware of the fact that people are losing money while they are
No, absolutely.
in the queue.
And so we would need your help and guidance on this a little bit, right? Because part of it is we are trying to make sure that the demographics of those who are doing these businesses in our city are representative. And right now, the pool that we have is not representative, right? Of the 27 that have gone on to the second phase, one is an empowerment.
So that's why you're
applicant.
saying to press the pause button and that sort of
So
thing.
in
yeah.
my mind, I think we need to create a priority order. And I would prioritize, and the mayor would like to prioritize equity, right? And be really clear about that so that we make sure that the legacy of this industry is what you guys said it should be, and that's Boston as a model of how people can participate in the growth of this
Is
industry.
there a residency requirement?
No, there's.
Right now, there is no residency requirement.
Okay, all right. And then my final question is, in the application process, what sort of demographic and financial information, I don't know what your technology is to track and, you know, this sort of thing. So is there a prompt? Do you ask about what is your ownership structure? You know, all of that sort of stuff.
So now
Because
with the new-
sometimes people put up somebody as the
Yep,
front for
that's
a
right.
business
Yeah,
and say
yeah.
it's minority,
Talk to me.
but if you get into their ownership structure,
Yes,
that's
ma'am.
not the
That's
real.
right.
Yeah.
So what are our prompts and what are the questions that we're asking?
So in the new language that Alexis just shared, we want to look at that as part of the host agreement.
Sure.
And make sure that there are a number of categories, and I'm going to steal your wording here, that we want to make sure the number of categories that we look at very closely. And that is following language that we worked with the community on in terms of land disposition on, for city land, right? So the areas are of construction, design, development, financing, operations, and ownership. And so the criteria for us in looking at these have been spelled out in that way for MWBEs, right? For MWEs, for MBEs and WBEs alike.
Okay. Thank you.
Counselor, can I ask one follow-up, just because you brought up a good point? Under the, I mentioned the 4 things that we require all applicants to discuss with the community is a plan for the marijuana establishment with positive impact to community. Do you feel that that is the space in which these applicants should be discussing their hiring and their structure and the jobs that they're going to bring to the community? Do you feel that that is the opportunity?
Sure. I mean, I think it's a legitimate, I mean, people, again, we're prioritizing local business. We want to prioritize businesses historically that have been disenfranchised and not been utilized in the marketplace. But my main thing is, if people are going to offer at those community meetings a plan around veteran hiring or youth hiring or people of color and women, that we're then holding them accountable to that. Otherwise, they'll offer anything for the purposes of being competitive and getting the buy-in from community, and then they won't execute any of that.
So we can make that, we can make that very clear when we meet with every applicant. I'll spell that out very clearly, that they should do a section where they discuss how they're hiring, where they're hiring, what the percentages are. I'll spell that out for the community process.
And I want to push again, we'll spell that out, we'll ask for it. We need levers for accountability.
I got you.
I also, Congressman-elect Presley, you weren't in the room when I said this, but the state, the federal resources that we use to support our business services and programs are prohibitive to the business type. And so we would love for you to lobby for us in D.C. when you get down there to help change the prohibitions on federal money that would allow me, because today, given our structure and what we do, I can't even provide
Understand your capacity.
I can't even provide an entrepreneur any kind of TA based on our programming to allow them to do a business plan and move this forward.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. Councilor McCarthy.
Thank you very much. I'll go through my points fairly quickly. First, I do want to touch on the equity part. I know we're pounding that. And, you know, when I was in Denver, I went to a shop called Simply Pure. Very small shop, recreational as well as medicinal marijuana. It was owned by Wanda and Greg James, minority couple. In fact, I know Chief.
Testified at our hearing here.
Yeah, when?
Here.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. So Chief's a BC High guy. I'm a CM guy. He's an Archbishop.
Sorry.
He's an Archbishop. Well, my parents love me. That's okay. It's a CNBC thing. It's good. I do the same thing with Flaherty. So, but that was a quick, you know, it is what it is.
I love you, Councilor.
But I do. I love you too, brother. So he went to Archbishop Williams, and it was an amazing conversation we had. They're, as far as I know, they're still the only minority-owned business in Denver.
Wow.
They were at the time, it was like 18 months ago we went. So, sad statement. Yeah. And clearly, this administration, Mayor Walsh, and this city council will not make the same mistake that Denver made. You know, we've made that point quite clear, and I think you have too. Some of the concerns, I know Chief Smith brought that up, the voter numbers is a great idea. I've been doing that at my community meetings. I was shocked that my own precinct was 51-49-4. I will say my own opinion, just an opinion, I believe that a lot of the meeting goers were no voters. So that's why we go to these community meetings and we get a lot of no-goers, so no voters. So that's a problem. Some of the concerns that are rising, obviously, and again, Chief Smith brought it up, what's happening out in Central Mass is on the news. Long lines, traffic, people urinating in people's front lawns, all this disaster that's happening. That is raising great concerns in my district. And then we had the Hemp Fest hearing a couple weeks ago. And I urge everybody to watch that tape. The absolute boldness and the reality that they were going to defy the law, no matter what the law was, concerns people. We talk about liquor licenses and beers. If you're sitting in a car with a beer in your lap, you're going to get arrested for driving with an open container. Yet I defy anybody to say that they haven't sat on Hyde Park Ave or Washington Street or Congress Street or any street in Boston and pulled up next to a car that is, you can smell the smoke coming out of it. So we have to address that as we move forward with Boston Police, with state police, and even our campus police officers. A lot of concerns that I have are in the parks, in the parks. If somebody's drinking a beer out of a bag in the corner of a park, is it wrong? Yep. Is it bothering anybody? Maybe. But if you're smoking pot by a tot lot, you are bothering, and you're negatively impacting our residents, our kids, our families. So those are some of the concerns that I will continue to talk about.
So we need social consumption as well.
Yeah, until the very end. I think a couple points, though. As a district counselor, do we have access to the applicants as they come in? Do we know who's coming in?
So we let everybody know when there's a public meeting, and I guess we could let you know when everybody's at step 2 at ISD.
Yeah.
Letting everybody know who's at step 1, I'll just draw a comparison, similar to the gaming law. They thought that when they released some of the people that were trying to be involved in the gaming industry in 2011, it would have put the lesser sophisticated corporations at a competitive disadvantage. So I do worry that in the tenor of this meeting that we're trying to have, that if we started letting people know where either local individuals were thinking of citing and trying to get control of a site, that more well-heeled, sophisticated investors would be able to sort of box them out of the industry. Okay. So, but the community meeting process and the dates and addresses of which we have upcoming meetings and past meetings. That is something that our Do It team is working on putting online so people can understand the lay of the land of how their neighborhood is shaping up thus far.
Yeah, that's very helpful.
And Counselor, to the notification point, my staff, along with the ZBA cases, and I believe some of your staff do, every Monday, ISD sends us over a list of all recent rejections, and not marijuana. So within it, my staff have to go through and find the establishments that have been rejected, but we get every Monday, anybody who's gone in, whether it's a deck, a business, marijuana, gets the rejection, we get a list saying, this past week, these number of people have been rejected. And so we could work with your offices to alert you guys if you're looking for that, because ONS is on the rejection letter saying that you must go see ONS for any ZBA case to start the community process. And so that's where we get triggered, and by all means, I'll be happy to share with all the counselors, work out a way to notify you guys when that happens.
That would be great, just because there's nothing worse than going to a community meeting and somebody saying, hey, I heard, and you didn't hear. So,
right, and to your other point, Counselor, and I agree with you, I was fortunate enough to have opportunity to travel with the City Council to Denver and attend all those meetings that you guys had. And, what stuck with me was the same thing you said about how Denver said that, at first, don't be too restrictive, but be more restrictive, and then let regulation go as you go on, as the industry grows. One of the great things was, and that's why the Mayor Walsh believed that he did not want to have a green mile in the city of Boston. And so that is why we appreciate the council's foresight to do the half-mile radius between the facilities. It allows the opportunity just for some spacing for us to deal with the traffic and other issues upon the opening and how we strategically do the openings. Alexis and I have had a number of conversations, and once an applicant is given a license by the state officially, we are going to be sitting down with them and we're requesting a day open plan. My office wants a plan on what your structure and setup is going to be day 1 and what your structure is going to be day 7. We want to know how you're going to regulate lines on sidewalks, Are you hiring a detail? Are you not hiring a detail? You have your own security. So we are seeing what's happening in other towns, and we want to be prepared that all the city of Boston and the surrounding towns don't converge on a poor small town like Hyde Park's, who probably can't handle hundreds and hundreds of people who just converge onto their business district. And so we're asking every applicant now to give us a plan on their first day through first week about how they're going to maintain crowd control.
Okay, my last question is to Selena. You had mentioned new policies to develop for further economic growth. What would those be, and what would the timetable? Because I think the original was that July 1st was the first possible opening, soft openings. Do we have enough time to change policies now, and how would that work?
So, I mean, I think we're here to learn, to see what types of policies. I think a lot of ideas have already emerged, and we're eager to hear about the experiences of people going through the process to see what we might need to do. We don't have anything right now in development. I don't know if you want to add.
Yeah, besides what we've talked about here in terms of the new language and the host agreement and what we're hearing from you in the ongoing active conversation, whether we do a 1-for-1, 1-for-2, et cetera, those are the kinds of policies we'd like to put in place. The other piece that I really want to stress for us is sort of before the application's in. We're naked in that space, right? And we need to do more. And Selena talked about workshops, right? We need to know more, but at some point we need to roll out workshops. We need to have pamphlets. We need to have information for people on how to even think about, this kind of industry and who you should be talking to. And right now, that's a void space.
Thanks very much, Chief. Appreciate it.
Well done. So Councilor McCarthy brought up some important points around safety and public consumption, and clearly we do not want people who are under the influence of anything, whether it's alcohol or cannabis, to be behind the wheel of a car or to be consuming in our public spaces like parks, which brings up the next frontier, which is social consumption in cafes. But I think for now, we need to get the retail space right, but we should be thinking about that, because it's people are going to have to consume somewhere.
On the community level, it is a topic of conversation, because right now residents are being inundated in their parks and just on the street corners, because here we have in the city of Boston a legal product that everybody should have access to, yet if you're a tourist and come into town, your hotel bans smoking, so you have no opportunity for a place to consume.
Or your housing might ban it.
Yeah, we're waiting for the state on guidance about social consumption sites, but we do know that the community is asking what's next.
Okay, so I want to keep moving with questions. Councilor Flynn, any questions?
Thank you, Councilor Janey. I have two questions. Mr. Barros, can you, I know you mentioned banks are hesitant to lend money because of the federal regulation against marijuana. Is there anything the city of Boston can do to work with banks to encourage them to work closely with minority-owned businesses, women-owned businesses, or is there any guidance the city of Boston can give to banks on that issue?
Right, no, I think so. I have not spent a lot of time trying to lobby banks on this. What I have done is try to identify sources of funding so that if somebody came to me, I can at least identify and say, hey, why don't you go talk to so-and-so, so-and-so, and so-and-so. There's not a lot. In the conversations that I've had, I had a conversation with the #1 small business lender in the city. Won't call them by name, but I think everybody knows. Not to put them on the spot, but there are some real challenges in that space because of all the regulation. Real challenges for banks. So I don't want to make banks the bad guys here. I think our country's regulation and federal adoption, I mean, this is a changing industry. And what I heard from people who I believe would be sitting at the table with us talking about how they would be helpful if they could in the banking industry was something that we need to untangle in all the way from the federal regulation of banks and laws that regulate bank there and down. So what I've been doing is spending time with those who want to fund this. What I am hearing is that there are more institutional players who are willing to come in. So if you're paying attention to some of the business plans for people like Coca-Cola, Coke is now beginning to think about whether they should be acquiring some of these companies, et cetera, right? So that's just an example. There are some larger corporate players who are looking at expanding some of the things that they're doing or thinking about how they do more. In the medical marijuana space, Boston has a thriving life science sector. The life science sector, and I predict, will begin at some point to emerge as a real player in this space, and money will follow. There are angel investors right now that are the more friendly investors, individuals with deep pockets that want to sort of come in and work with this. So Counselor, I think banks are a place for us to have a conversation. That conversation there's a lot of stakeholders, and it's a whole system that we would need to entangle to help banks who might be willing but feel like they're unable to and restricted.
Just as a follow-up on that, does the BPDA work with women-owned companies or minority-owned companies in terms of providing them any financial assistance through grants or loans that could help them in the process?
So Boston has a couple of different loan funds. We'll talk about the city's proper loan fund, which is the Neighborhood Access Fund that is out of my office. And first, these are not grants, these are loans. They're loans, the Neighborhood Access Loan Fund are loans that have favorable conditions, repayment conditions, and favorable underwriting criteria for our neighborhood businesses, particularly women-owned, minority-owned businesses. They are, unfortunately, the sources of those funds are CDBG dollars. And so much of our small business or business development infrastructure is tied into federal funds. We need to stand up some new tools if we're going to be able to help in this space. Once again, I think looking to work with you in our budget process to help create new tools for us to do different things, like creating some capital for businesses. Right now, what we have in place, it just doesn't do it.
What about putting a certain percentage or some type of upfront money that a non-minority-owned business would come in that would put aside some type of pot of money so other minority-owned or women-owned businesses that might be interested could use that pot of money to kind of help them as they start the process and get their company off the ground?
Yeah, you know, at the risk of getting ahead of myself, I do believe, and I know Alexis and I have talked about this, we should be asking the businesses that start up in Boston to contribute to a fund that helps to strengthen our ability to support local minority women-owned entrepreneurs in getting into the business. We should also ask the businesses that start up in Boston to fund workforce development in this space. Those are two areas that we think we need some help on, and we think, once again, creates a healthy ecosystem for us to do business in this industry. And so, yes, I agree with you 100%. We should look at dedicated funding sources to support the work that we're trying to do here.
Yeah, thank you for those answers. And just, I guess my final question is, how can we work closely with these businesses, all the businesses, to make sure that some of the profits that are made are distributed evenly back into the neighborhoods, back into the impacted communities, whether it's through, I know you have the community host agreements, but what else can they do to improve the lives of Boston residents, just generally speaking?
Sure. I mean, let's look at a more mature industry, for instance. Let's look at real estate and the real estate development space. And what we know is, through understanding the real estate development space, cost of doing business, potential percentage of profits or return on a real estate deal, there are a lot of things that we've asked in that space for them to do, whether it's contributing to some kind of climate resilience fund, contributing to, like I said, linkage. So we have percentages of the total cost of development that goes to a neighborhood trust fund for affordable housing. We have percentages of the total construction costs that go to a job fund, the job trust, for workforce development purposes. I do believe that this industry too can contribute to quality of life, can contribute to making sure that all Bostonians are part of our economic boom, I think resident guidance on this will be important. I think more public dialogue will be important, and the more we know about what needs to happen, the more we'll be, so for example, if a community said, look, Jerome, we don't want this here, but if they're coming, then they need to invest in our park, right? Then that's something that the business owner can say, okay, all right, let's have a conversation about how we invest in your park. That will begin to create policy frameworks for us to consider, so when we go to the next community meeting, we're saying, hey, you know, other communities have asked for investments in parks. We can arm the presenter and the company. We can tell the other communities what we're doing. That's how these policies get formed, and we have benefits coming from these more mature industries in our city.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Barros, and I do like your answers on how we can work with other companies to see how we can help minority-owned companies or women-owned companies get off the ground. So I appreciate your responses to those questions.
Thank you, Councilor.
Thank you.
Yep, quick follow-up from Congresswoman-elect.
Just a statement, you know, and again, I'm still doing my own homework and deep dive research on this, but there's a number of reports that I've read that said that this industry and these jobs is the closest to keeping pace to the growth of clean energy jobs. So the two fastest growing job creation industries right now are clean energy and cannabis.
Councilor Zachem.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's on. So I hear a lot about, it seems like we're focusing very much on the retail side of things, and I do want to ask what, if anything, is being done for non-retail cultivation, manufacturing, transport, the other ancillary, you know, services, but that are regulated, you know, by the Cannabis Control Commission that do have this, you know, I obviously think there's probably less of a public-facing discussion for the non-retail locations, but from a business perspective, I think this is vital for us to be considering as an economic development and equity standpoint. And John, this is probably for you, but I see those folks may be talking about it as well. Whoever wants to answer this, I'd like to see, you know, what we're doing and how that application process is probably different, but how it does go through your office also, Alexis.
Sure, so it's actually the same process. So we have entered into a host community agreement with a recreational grow manufacturer. It's at Hampton Street. And they are located in proximity to Orchard Gardens housing development. They have presented plans to the city that they want to include Orchard Gardens residents as the workers and the managers of their site. They entered into a host community agreement with the city in October and are going before the ZBA next Tuesday.
But are we also looking, though, from an equity standpoint of ownerships and how, and John, particularly in your discussions with folks, because, and again, this is anecdotal and me speculating a little bit, I do think the gold rush, for lack of a better word, is very much focused on the retail side of things, and there is probably space on the non-retail side to really take important steps forward on this.
No, you're absolutely correct, Councilor. I think if I'd have to represent those as only being conversations, right? And so typically I'll inject a conversation, I'll inject a, you know, have you thought of, have you thought about, right, to small businesses who are in the line that might be similar to a line that might be created in this new industry. For example, we're going to need a whole new set of inspectors, right, that will inspect these businesses so that we can make sure that they're staying, you know, to regulation and they're being grown a certain way and that they're being distributed a certain way, et cetera, et cetera. Is that going to be private? Is it going to be public? It's probably going to be private, right? And just looking at other states and what they're doing. Bags that have been mentioned. Distribution networks, distribution capacity. So there's a set of businesses that don't need to apply online, you know, as a cannabis business, but it's just a business doing business in our city. And, you know, we need people to think about that. We need to go out there and help people learn about how they can do those types of businesses as well, because we know if we don't step in and do anything, we'll see the same inequities that we see in any business line in our city. And so those are the right questions. We need to do the similar kind of work in that space.
So I think to that point, and I think especially when we're talking about the non-regulated or the not as heavily regulated aspects of this business, that through the city's authority as a gatekeeper here, we can be a convener. And I know, I think, Alexis, I think it was you who said it in your opening statements about the MedMen doing a job fair at the Reggie Lewis. That's, I think, an important step. But and again, I'm wary. I don't want to overstep the authority the state has given us with obstacles, but I think it should certainly weigh in favor of applicants who are committed to saying we are going to host or we're going to attend, or the City of Boston Office of Economic Development is having, a quarterly job fair in this space, and we're going to have a booth there. We're going to be recruiting people. We're going to meet with potential contractors who are going to provide bags or inspectors or those other aspects that are not necessarily regulated by the Cannabis Control Commission, that don't have to go through the ONS process, through Alexis's office. I think that should be not as important factor as who owns the company, but I think that's another avenue where we can leverage our convening influence as opposed to direct authority over this industry. I want to make sure we're addressing that. And you also mentioned the issue of capital, and Councilor Flynn's comments about, this is a symptom of the inequality in our society of where the capital is available to jump on this emerging market. And it does complicate things, and Congresswoman-elect Presley, we have more tasks for you to do in Washington, is to work on getting these federal laws changed.
We have lists.
And work on allowing banks and financial services industries to participate more effectively in this. But, again, it's a convening power. I mean, the folks who come into your office, I think into Chief Smith's office, into the mayor's office, into all of our offices, almost every single day, in this field and in others, where there is capital available, where they may not be subject to the same strict regulations as a federally chartered bank. I just want to make sure we're thinking globally about this, and whether it's the City of Boston Credit Union, do we have some leeway there? Can they provide advice, even if it's not direct, direct loans, things like that, as obviously don't want to run afoul of federal law until it is changed. But these are things I want to make sure we're having in this conversation. The retail focused is important. It's certainly the most visible aspect of this industry, and I want to make sure there's equity there. But there's a lot more we can be doing, and I want to make sure that's part of this public forum as well. And to the extent we can add things like meeting with local contractors and MWBE contractors for these ancillary services in this process that goes through Alexis's office, I think is incredibly important. So thank you for your answers on that. Thank you for your attention to this. I look forward to continuing this process, as I know there are many more applicants who will be coming through this building and out in our communities in the months and years to come. And certainly want to thank our colleagues for calling this hearing and the chairwoman for managing it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Campbell.
Thank you, Councilor Janey, and thank you to the panelists. As I'm sitting here, I have to tell you, I was telling myself to breathe deeply because I was getting a little frustrated. This was passed in 2016. The federal laws have been the same for a long time. We knew that this was coming and that it was going to be a billion-dollar industry with opportunities for folks, particularly folks in underserved communities. We also knew that this was going to be an opportunity, as Councilor Presley spoke to just a minute ago, to provide jobs in an emerging industry that is going to take off. And so I feel like we're just behind the ball. And not this, I'm saying this respectfully. I know that it's a new industry. There's new laws on the books. You got to figure some of this stuff out. But with the power of this city to broker conversations that, frankly, other municipalities in the Commonwealth can't do as well as the capital of the Commonwealth, we have the ability not only to convene folks here who want to lend their expertise, their talent to help one another grow a business, and a business, not just the retail component, but every piece of this industry. Everyone here wants to support one another. So the question is, how do we, and we're not going to solve all this in one hearing, how do we come together in a more consistent way, a more transparent way, whether it's a committee that meets on a regular basis with someone from your shop, Chief Barrow, someone from Alexis's shop, someone from the council, folks from the community, to say, how do we create the ecosystem that you talked about to make sure that we don't miss this opportunity. You know, we have to now look to the next budget cycle, which doesn't start until the middle of next year, to possibly fund your shop for the technical assistance that is needed for folks to be able to create a business. That's too far down the line. That's too far away. So the question is, what can we do in the immediate? And with the businesses, with the talent that exists in our city, there has to be a way to create that ecosystem, I think, a lot sooner. I want to be a partner in that work and in those conversations going forward. I think, you know, we want to create a landscape that allows, not for those who are well-connected politically or who know all the right people, who have a network. We want to create a landscape where the average resident in the city of Boston, a woman, a person of color, I'll say for my district, Mattapan or Dorchester, or Councilor McCarthy's district, or Councilor Baker, I split those neighborhoods with them, can create a sustainable business and thrive, and create wealth, not just for themselves and their family, but for their community. And so to create that landscape, we, on the council side, of course, want to create, whether it's the clawback provisions that Councilor Presley was talking about, we can draft legislation like that. Whether it's the residency requirement, we should absolutely be considering a residency requirement. Whether it is other provisions and other ideas that have been on the table from community folks for a very long time, that can be executed relatively quickly if we're in more consistent conversation. So I think we need to think about, post this hearing, what's the next conversation that brings all of us together, that creates the space to create that ecosystem before we get to the next budget cycle. And then the follow-up is, what do we have to give you guys during the next budget cycle to sustain that ecosystem? This leads to one question, which is for you, Alexis. Currently in your division, is it just you, and what is your office's resources?
So my office comes under the Office of Economic Development. So though I'm technically the only person in the Office of Emerging Industries, I have access to Natalia, Selena, Chief Barrows, Jerome Smith's ONS coordinators, transportation
But you
department
alone are the
liaisons.
emergency industries sort of
Yes.
guru.
Yes.
And so, and I will say this respectfully, I think the challenge in people trying to reach you who have been unsuccessful in connecting with you is you probably got a lot going on. So we have to talk about how we expand the human capital in your office, because a lot of questions we get from folks in the community, including those who don't want to open up an industry but just have a question because they're a civic leader around the process, are frustrated that there isn't a response, or that it's just challenging. And so how do we expand your ability to, or your office's ability to meet those needs? I think that's a question. Chief Smith, you said something about the notice going to not just owners of the homes, but also tenants. We have been talking about this for some time with respect to the as-of-right projects. We didn't know that this change had been made, so when you said that, I was like, oh, whippy. Is that just for the marijuana process, or is that now going forward for every single development project where someone's required to
Just for marijuana, because at this time, I do have concerns about an average resident trying to put a deck on their home and requiring them to pay for postage and mailing. So as of right now, for a business and an industry, I'm requiring the mail. I'm concerned about the lay resident who's doing a small project under those same standards, but I'm happy to chat about the difference in projects.
Because I think that notification requirement is so key. Another piece of frustration.
It was based on conversations I had with counselors regarding the other process, and I felt that this is a business who probably can have some money to actually can mail a 300-foot radius.
Yeah.
But again, it was just internally, I just worry about someone who's just trying to put a dormer on their home and me require them to do this extensive mailing.
Understood.
And so that's the
My only
balance I'm trying to get.
concern was when we brought this up for as-of-right projects and in expanding the notification requirement was just that mails currently was going to the owners of record, and the owners of record don't often live in the
buildings,
community,
yes.
right? So how do we make sure the people that actually live there got notification? So the fact we're doing it for the marijuana industry, I think, is great. But this is the first I heard it, so I thought it was great. But I think it still begs the question, how can we make sure that people get notification in other ways? Quick question around, Councilor Presley was talking about accountability and how we hold folks accountable when they say they're going to commit to hiring certain folks, and when they give us the diversity inclusion plan. How do we hold those folks accountable? Is it a matter of more resources to be able to send someone out to actually check the books or inspect? What does that look like?
Yeah, so I just want to be really clear, we have no legal grounds to hold people accountable. I also want to be clear, Councilor, because I think you did a good job of talking about from 2016 to now, that regulation is rolling out slowly. And what the state is putting out is not necessarily, it didn't happen in 2016 after the vote. It happened late in 2017 that we started to get some work, some insight on state legislation, where we were, and through 2018.
And I understand there's still some gray areas too.
There's still a lot of
Yep.
gray areas.
Yep.
So I don't want to, I don't want to present as if we're not doing anything and we're, just sort of, we've been twiddling our thumbs on this. We want to work with you on it, but we need the state at the table, right? We're going to need legislators at the table. We're going to need people to continue to, and in January, there should be something of a conversation on some of the things that we've heard here that, in fact, the city doesn't have any authority on, right? So if we wanted to make sure, for instance, that there were good jobs tied to this, right? Because everybody keeps talking about the level of employment and the number of people that are going to be employed. It'd be great then out of the gate that we said, well, okay, let's define good jobs in this industry. Once again, the city doesn't have any kind of authority in this space to do that. So a lot of the things we're talking about here today, we are incredibly anxious and excited to sit with you on that working committee, have these conversations and start to create this. But I just want to make sure that we're clear about what we can and cannot do, and then maybe have the state at the table so that they can continue to help us on the legislation side of it.
Yeah, and I think it wouldn't just be me. Obviously, Councilor Presley's been leading on this, but creating a space that's consistent for folks to be able to check in with one another, to pass any legislation that could support your efforts at the council level, and if it requires something at the state, to push. Right now, we're having conversations with the state over here, with you guys, Alexis, who's been helpful answering a lot of questions, our own corporation, or legal counsel on the council, and then separately, each councilor doing sort of sometimes their own thing, given what's coming from their respective districts. So how do we create the space consistently going forward? Happy to join that, because people are talking about this quite a bit.
Great.
I just want to wrap with a couple more questions. This is more of related to the K-12. One of the questions we've been getting quite a bit is applicants who are offering proposals near, not necessarily a K through 12 school, but a field or a town field and Fields Corner. It's a topic of discussion around a youth-serving organization that is situated there and has been since the 80s, someone looking at opening there, and more clarification on whether or not that would qualify under that K to 12 restriction. And if not, how do we, are we communicating that to the public?
So, Councilor, the answer to your question is no, it does not. It is very clear by state law that it is a brick and mortar building. We had a lot of conversations before the regs came out in March of this year, because again, with the community process, I had no direction on what we were actually required by the city for a process until March of this year. And so between March of this year and now, we have built a bulk of what it is, the community process. And from that, there was a lot of questions from residents about a bus stop. We have a bus stop right here. Does that count as a place where kids congregate? No, the place where kids congregate is no longer in a reg or in the law. And it is purely a K to 12 building. And so even to this day, there's a couple applicants in Brighton and some other places where residents are raising daycares and shuttle drop-offs and things like that. And unfortunately, by reg and law, they're not factored into the 500-foot ban. And then
I have one question around Ascend. How was Ascend selected?
So there was, as I previously discussed, we looked at the totality of the 3 proposals before us.
Hold on. I'm sorry. Say that again, Alexis.
Sure. So
Yep.
I talked before about the difficulty is some things come in on a rolling basis. So we get something, but we don't know if something else might be coming in a couple of months that, have a more inclusive plan or a better business plan. In the case of Ascend, we had 3 companies seeking to locate in North Station. We received their proposals. We met with companies behind those proposals. We held public meetings. And then we looked at, as I previously said, the totality of the circumstances. The site, one was near a methadone clinic, One had psychiatric adolescent patients suffering from substance abuse in the same commercial building. So there were pros and cons of each site. Ascend was led by, it was the only one in the city that has been led by a minority woman CEO. And so far, that is what the city said, well, this is good. We got to take a look at all three proposals for this same area. And this was the most inclusive, the most appropriately cited. I stated she has a partnership with Sheriff Tompkins' office, so that was considered in the proposal. Ascend also is different than some of the proposals in that they have a pretty big site, so they have their business, and then they're gonna have their corporate offices where former Sheriff Cabral is going to be working upstairs, and has already cultivated a relationship with the local police station nearby. So the totality of the circumstances there led the city to think that this was the most appropriate and progressive proposal before us right now.
Are the applications that you're talking, so those three, are those made available to the public? Can people from the public review these, or are those kept internally? And if so, who's at the table reviewing the actual applications?
There are public meetings where the development has to be laid out to the community and anybody that wants to attend.
Through Chief Smith, through that process?
Yes.
Yeah,
and anyone is welcome to attend.
And in the ideal world, this was actually something that we would like to see more about the processes, because it provided the neighborhood with choices. The difficulty we have with the rolling basis, and again, that's why we need to sit and think about whether we stop and do the one-for-one or whatnot. I'm looking forward to that conversation, because the difficulty I have in discussing with residents is, if I have one and then 3 months later I have another, and the residents will like, man, I didn't really want that location. That location would have been better if we had known about that. In the West End, that did happen. And so from my perspective, to offer the neighborhood services support at the ZBA case next Tuesday was that the West End residents actually came together and they selected out of the three Ascend. They then communicated back the reasons why they didn't like the other ones, but they liked Ascend. And so we felt comfortable from a neighborhood services standpoint to support them at the ZBA. But ideally, I would love, and we're looking for ways to do this, when my office schedules community meetings, Alexis basically alerts us to X, Y, and Z are now available for public meeting. And that's how we get alerted, and then the liaison instantly begins the process of the notification. What I've instructed my team to do is, if Alexis sends you 4, I want all 4 scheduled in succession. I want them all, if we can, because again, that allows residents choice, as opposed to you're only allowed to vote on this one this day, this one's down the road like 5 months. I kind of want to provide choice, because that's where I think a lot of the anxiety that I see that you guys are getting, I'm on the emails that they're firing off at all of you. If we give them choice, explain to them that this is not the debate on the legalization of marijuana. This is on allowing a business to come into the community. If one is coming into your community because the voters have decided that it is coming into this neighborhood, what is the best location for it to be absorbed into the community? And I think that the more that we set up those kind of opportunities for residents to decide where it will be located, the easier these conversations will become with time.
And my last question, which was connected to the last, in addition to creating sort of more consistent meetings with all of us to create that ecosystem, and opening up the space in such a way that there can be some participation from folks in the community who have been invaluable, frankly, with respect to my district in providing insight to residents and sharing their expertise. Who is at the table when deciding which one of those 3 applicants is actually selected? And that's my last question.
Sure. So it's several members of the administration, and when I've had conversations also with you and your colleagues, I've said, we would never be presumptuous to know your constituents or some of them better than you do. So we welcome the feedback from at-large local city councilors, community stakeholders. Seated at the table is sort of a checkoff system. Does BTD have concerns with this as it relates to parking or other things? I can cite in the example of the Hancock Street Civic Association, some of their questions around parking and traffic is because it might interfere with 2 public MBTA bus routes that are heavily used in that community. The Boston Police Department is also notified. They know, generally they also are participating in the public meetings. Chief Barros's office, Chief Smith's office, and the liaisons that are really out there in the community, sort of gauging the back and forth. You know, we've had an anecdote about a public meeting about a company that sort of appeared to be more progressive and outside of the box, and hearing from the neighborhood liaison and the local city councilor, they said, Alexis, it was an exciting concept. The one thing that is a little problematic in the rollout, when asked about, it's a non-resident company, when asked about local jobs and local programming, the person said right off the bat, no, that's not in our plan. So we need to continue to all work collaboratively, you know, as we are, as stakeholders in the community, to weigh in on all parts of the process that we're hearing.
And I think that just follows up on Councilor McCarthy's point in terms of the, I can't speak at-large councils, of course, but the district councils in particular, us knowing about the application process sooner, the abutters meetings and all that, and then, of course, at the table in some way to represent the constituents and their concerns, pros or cons, and not just the sort of the naysayers who are no, 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 but those who are truly reasonable and want to have some say or input. I know you can't invite all of the 70,000 residents that live in D4 to the table, but how do we think about doing that better? And thank you guys for being here. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Councilor Janey.
Thank you, Councilor Baker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. It's not quite morning, but.
Good afternoon.
Hi. So, Alexa, like, when the process, the last process, when it was medical, the applicants needed to come in front of the city council legislative body. And that allowed, like, so I have one in my district, medical, that allowed me to work on security plans and where is your finance, you know. So I knew exactly what to expect from this place here. Do they still, would an applicant need to provide like to do the online? Do you need the lease? Do you need an agreement from a landlord? Like, do you have to be further along in I know it's the old process, but the old process, at least you had to have things in place. Like, do you need to show any of that to apply online?
You have to have site control for at least a year.
Okay.
You have to talk about the ownership of the business and the percentage of the business. You have to talk about what types of, I'm going to use the incorrect words, or chemical combinations might be present at the business, butane, et cetera. The site of the proposed business and the addresses of the ownership. So that's sort of to start the process, to then move on to ISD, which then takes a deeper look at the site control and the neighborhood services, which starts the community process.
Yeah, yeah. And to echo what Josh was getting at there, I think we're focusing on just the dispensaries here. I think the opportunities could be in, I think when the consumption cafes, if we're able to figure those out, so use this industry in affected areas, because Hancock Street is mine, and these guys get up and they say, well, this is an affected area, so opening up a weed shop is gonna make it better. It's not gonna make it better. It's the same as alcohol and drugs. I mean, it's the same as alcohol, rather. It's not necessarily a product that adds to life. Well, you know, if you have a problem with it. So I think we need to start looking at how we use this at economic development. How do we have larger developments? Remember the, you know, like umbrella license or whatever. Larger developments. Okay, we want to focus on this economy. So we're going to build a grow, a manufacturing, site consumption, and off that we're going to have bakeries, and we're going to have, you know, like. How do we get to that point where we're really using? That's how we deliver equity, because if we hand out however many equity licenses, that's good for those 10 license holders. How do we make it so it spreads across? We're thinking about it along those lines. Is there anybody that's thinking like that, or is it just dispensary?
So right now, it is being driven by demand. In terms of people who are saying to us, we are interested in, so that I see that as it is taking up the bulk of the energy, right? And mostly for us, it's on the retail side, but not only. We know that, people want to cultivate. But we're not having the conversations around the consumption side of it, right? So maybe in one neighborhood, a retail location is not the right location, cultivation or growing might not be, maybe it's some kind of consumption cafe, right?
Yeah.
Who knows, right? Because it's not structured in that way. There's not enough regulation in certain spaces, so people haven't dove in yet. There's not enough activity in other spaces, so it's not sort of really good place to invest your money. So we really are emerging. This industry is really emerging.
Yeah.
And when I say we, it's not just the businesses that are emerging. Regulation's emerging, right? And neighborhoods are trying to figure this out and getting comfortable with it. So I think you're right, Counselor. It would have been, or could be, incredibly strategic. The problem is no single body of authority has all the authority on it.
Right.
Right, and are pulling all the levers. So I think it's behooving on us in government to continue to talk to as many of the players as possible, continue to convene as many of the common stakeholder tables as we can to learn, to develop regulation, develop policy to steer this in the right way. And a big part of that is the public, right? When Hancock Civic Association said not that business, not here, there's probably 15 other businesses that are associated to this industry that might be the right business for that street, and nobody's having that conversation.
Right. Thank you. Will you talk a little bit, and I'll just, whoever talks, the equity licenses. Can you explain what's the definition of an equity license? Who's in line for them?
Sure. So that's a state definition. So I can
Just
read
give it to me. Give it to me quick.
Read those out to you. Well, that's different than economic empowerment. So I think what you're talking about, so the equity licenses or the equity designation would allow you access to better state programming and assistance, for a quick definition there.
Okay.
The economic empowerment is a separate designation that you receive.
That's a city or a state?
That's a state. And what that says is if the state designates you from a variety of factors that they list out as an economic empowerment applicant, that when your application goes to the state, you'll receive priority review.
Okay, so like, someone grows up in 02124, right? Drugs all around them their whole life, multiple people buried, multiple people in jail. Like, does that person go and say, well, this is what happened in my life, I want an equity license, or like, and does that same person have to be Black or Latino?
There are a list of criteria, and you just referenced some of them. There are also income levels associated with that. So if you live there and you're related, or you yourself have been incarcerated, but your income levels are 400% over where they need to be, then no, you don't get the designation. But you just did list off a list of the criteria, of which if you present a number of those, you can get an economic empowerment designation.
Okay, and so I just want to pick up a little bit on what you had to say, John, and I think you're on the right track. This business, the marijuana industry, we went to Denver, we watched a very, very aggressive industry. My concern is that if it potentially can be, in a year, 50 licenses gone, and if that's our limit, if we don't do the slow roll on this, then people that are looking for these licenses that are gonna be, a little behind in learning the business, getting capitalized, then everybody's out of luck. So I like what you were saying, the slow roll, but also be systematic in the way that we award these initial licenses and make sure that that those companies, because they'll probably be the capitalized companies that are coming from other states, that their feet are held to the flame when it comes to training, and so we can set up a sort of, not an apprenticeship, but set up a track so people can, learn at this company. Okay, you're opening up. Who's your community partner that you're going to train to be able to now go? Are we thinking about that at all?
No, Counselor, I think you make a good point. Just one thing I wanted to clarify, just because I don't want, in this public setting, to create a false public need.
Perfect.
It is not a limit of 50 licenses. The city has to have a minimum of 50 licenses. And so the city could have 200 licenses, it could have 300 licenses, but by state law, the percentage of our total package stores within the city, we did the math, the city is required to have a minimum of at least 50 licenses. So I just wanted to clear that point, so there's no one should feel as though that once we hit 50, they're iced out of the business. No, but the city is forced by law to give out at the very minimum 50 licenses.
And those 50, like, that could be manufacturing, that could be grow,
Manufacturing,
that could be...
it's any license at all. So it could be like 50 grows, it could be 50 retail, it could be a mixture of those, just distribution. 50 total licenses from the state we have to have a minimum of.
Okay.
And so the city can go well above that, but that's the floor by state law that we have to have.
Okay, yeah, so to talk to it, I think we need to make sure that the companies that come in, because they're going to be the capitalized companies, some sort of partnership with the equity licenses, and then that puts that equity person on a pathway. What about, how would like co-ops work out? Is there any thought around those? Is there anybody talking about co-ops? Because a co-op, you could have multiple licenses benefit from one location or a couple locations.
Yes. Yeah, so I know that so I'm going to distinguish conversations in the marketplace with city regulation and policy, right? Or even state regulation and policy. There's nothing regulating us in terms of, or creating distinctions between what kinds of company apply for these. So, in general, I'll say very publicly, the city supports co-ops, right? And we have technical assistance for co-ops. We have loan capital to co-ops. We think co-ops are a good thing. That would be for any industry.
Yeah.
We don't have a specific program in this industry around co-ops, right? But once again, we're very light on any program in this industry, right? So I want to say publicly we would support, and I know because I've talked to some of these empowerment, licenses owners that, hey, look to form a partnership, right?
Yeah.
And look to, because there is money out there and there's experience, and try to figure that out, but learn first what it means not to give away the farm while you're doing it, right? And have something where, so I think about the music industry and artists who have been, sort of in the beginning, they just wanted to get get in, right? I just want to have my one deal, right? Let's not just go in for the one deal. Let's learn about what people have done in other cities, what people have done in other states, and then be able to make prudent deals as they're joining other partnerships or co-ops and doing this work.
Okay, and there was one point that I wanted to make. So, so the one thing I think that people that are from here and from the neighbors and could potentially have these licenses, the one thing that they have in their favor is the ability to approach a landlord, to get into some kind of deal, and to also form relationships in the neighborhoods. So if you do all those things, and then you go and you find the partner, and you say, well, this is what I'm bringing to the table. I'm bringing the license, I'm bringing the location, I'm bringing the relationships that are in the community. They're comfortable with me, because one of the hardest things is going to be is just citing them. Most people voted, 7 out of 10 people voted for it until they realized it was going to be right there in their corner. People are going crazy about it. So it has to be a slow roll. I think once some open up around the city, and people realize it's not going to be the end of the world, I think that's when we're going to be able to. So it's almost like we're waiting for the industry to take hold and see what it looks like, but we have to make sure that the industry doesn't just bowl us all over. So
yeah, I agree 100%. I like to use the word intentional. I think you guys have been using it. I'd like to continue to use the word intentional. I think intentionality on this. I think allowing the regulations to continue to be clear from the state, where they have more power than we do, so that we can actually be relevant and responsive to that. I think, though, conversations where there's multiple levels of government and their partnerships and having both what we're learning from others, but what we could be doing here that could be a model, I think is also important. I think the entrepreneurs themselves, every time I sit with an entrepreneur, every time I sit with somebody in this industry, I'm learning more and more about their own journeys, their difficulties in the work that they're doing. So Boston is maturing in this space. We need to mature together, which is why we commend you having this hearing today.
yeah, and I wanted to ask one question, one additional question. Thank you, Madam Chair. So if somebody wants to have a party someplace and they apply for a one-day liquor license, will there be opportunities to apply for one-day marijuana smoke licenses?
You'll have to ask the state that question since they give out the licenses.
Yeah,
Counselor.
we're not going to get into the liquor license stuff here.
Yeah.
We need reform on liquor licenses.
Yeah.
Right? And access to liquor licenses, and even the one day, let's put that on the docket, right? But this is a state conversation.
State conversation.
It's a state conversation in where if someone was to come today, and I want to be very clear about this, and ask us for a one-day marijuana license to do a party or something, I mean, we don't have the authority to do it.
Okay.
Right? And so it's something that needs to be created and then allow us the authority to issue.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councilor Sabi George.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just this morning, I came into the hearing a few minutes late, but I've learned a lot from your presentations in response to my colleagues' questions. But one thing it does demonstrate to me is that there's still this great need to simplify the process and simplify the process, for our residents across the city and for those who wish to do business in the city, because it's still fairly complex and difficult to understand. And one of the pieces that remains unclear to me still is the process of clarifying who the true owners are and who the true operators are when it comes to businesses coming online. So you've touched on it, I think, a few times through responses today, but if we could just go through it one more time, the process of clarifying for us and for our residents who ownership truly lies with in any new establishment in the city.
Yeah. So I first on the one side, and I'll pass it on to Alexis. On the one side, I want to make sure that we, like other industries and other work, we are not in position to mandate a certain ownership, right? And so that's really important. We are in a position to ask about ownership, and we are in a position to consider that, right? When we are looking at these applications. And so I'm just going to pass it on to Alexis to talk about when we consider it.
We do ask it in step one of the process, who the owners are, their addresses, and what percentage interest they have in the applicant property or business.
And then how is that information shared with the public during any sort of public meeting process, but then also noticed, because there was an establishment recently that we were notified of, but it was simply by address. It was really difficult to sort of peel back and understand who the ownership belonged to or who had ownership, but then also who the related ownership parties were, and in fact
At the
appeared to
community
be
meeting,
co-owners.
that's part of the presentation. And I know that earlier Chief Smith discussed with Congresswoman Presley about perhaps having more specific requirements at the public meeting, not only about the applicant team, but their commitment to local practices.
Could that information be shared prior to the community meeting? I would think that we might want that to be part of the application process, so that at that application time, so when information is shared about a forthcoming meeting, that we understand who ownership is going into that meeting.
Sure.
That's it for me.
Excellent,
The question,
excellent.
really, I applaud my colleagues for some very thorough and thoughtful questions today.
Thank you. Councilor Siomo.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So I was going to ask how many licenses, so minimum of 50, and since we're talking about equity, are you looking at how geographically you're going to give them out to? One of the issues in Denver in particular, when we went and visited, was clustering, right, was one. One was licensing so many at one time that a lot of them closed within a couple of years, so vacant storefronts. And lastly, I would say, after reading about the implementation in Leicester and Northampton or Southampton, I forget, do we have a strategy on how we're going to open them, like hopefully not one or two, but like 10?
Good questions, Councilor. So as far as it is our belief and desire that every neighborhood in the city of Boston will have some form of a marijuana establishment. It was overwhelmingly voted for by the residents of the city of Boston. And so we feel as if you look at every neighborhood, it was something that was voted favorable. So every neighborhood should have the opportunity to have an establishment in their community.
Where are those people at the meeting?
Well, the difference is, and I think that, you know, all the district councilors, along with my office, we attend all these community meetings. You know, you get 40, 50 people that show up, but that kind of group sentiment is not necessarily reflective of the thousands of individuals that actually live in the neighborhood. And so it's a balance, right? I wish that we had more residents who live in the neighborhoods who are supportive of the industry attend the community meetings, but life is life, and sometimes they can't attend the meetings. If they were able to email into us and if we were able to make it easier for them to comment, we've thought about doing kind of like an online open portal discussion for people to submit comments. So we're kind of, in my office, thinking of different ways to allow residents who have maybe just 5 minutes to say, I want to let the city know how I feel about this. We want to create more of those opportunities because, as with some community meetings, we tend to get the individuals who are not supportive. And so we have to kind of get through that. But by getting through that, we have to provide opportunities for individuals who are supportive to maybe communicate to us in a different way. And that's kind of what we're looking at. I think I answered your questions.
Yeah, and again, though, when, I know there's any number of businesses that have approached the city and are in different, you know, places in the process. I just want to be mindful of, you know, how we're going to roll it out, like when you actually open your doors, because I don't want to see lines out the street,
I missed that
traffic.
question. I missed that question, and I raised it earlier because it is actually something that is new. Based on what we've seen happen in those other towns, I'm now requiring each of the establishments to give me a date opening report of how they're going to handle the opening, crowd control. Will you have personal security on to assist you with crowd control? Will you be hiring a detail? We want that all spelled out, but not just for day one. I kind of want to get me through the week. How are you going to get through the week of sales? And it literally is just, as you open, if you are one of the first in Boston, it is guaranteed that every people from all over the city, and not only say the surrounding towns, are going to converge. And also, how do we as a city help that establishment manage that? And so that's a conversation that, based on what we saw in the news, that we will be implementing with each new license.
Right. And I just printed up the website kind of, step-by-step process, and you actually go through the appeal process, right, before you get a community host agreement?
No.
Do I have these? Okay.
The appeal is the final step. The idea is at that point, at the appeal, the city and any local or at-large officials could stand up and say, we've had a public meeting, we have a host community agreement that might address any unique operational considerations, we've worked this out, and now it's here, teed up for you at the last step of the process.
Okay, so
It's step 5, yeah.
right, so on this, it's step 4, I'm sorry, create a host agreement.
Yep, and then 5 is ZBA.
Right.
So
5 is go through state process.
So Counselor, the community process and the community host agreement are simultaneous, but when you lay it out on the website, we just structure them. Okay. So as you're going through ONS with the discussion of a community meeting, we are gathering information that is then referred to Alexis to tie up hours of operation, the things that we get the residents to talk to us, hours of operation, transportation plan, signage, and all that. So they're moving. So she's already negotiating with them about the other requirements of the agreement as it's going on, and then I add in the extra layer of this operational stuff needs to be added. Once all that is settled, they take that packet and come to the ZBA and hand them the community host agreement, and then everybody else gets to say how they feel to the board, and then the board votes.
So, and can we have access to the host agreements?
Yeah, so the 4 that we've executed since July are up online on the city site.
Oh, great.
And we'll continue to update that with the site as well as the list of the public meeting dates that we've also discussed with your colleagues.
How does one differ from another? Are they all standard?
They're about 98% standard. The only differences in the 4 were sort of neighborhood specific. So I'll give you the instance of the Hampton Street one. That's a grow facility, so it's not having retail foot traffic.
Gotcha.
But we asked them not to have truck deliveries on Sundays. They, argued that we're a 24/7 grow facility, so we don't really ever shut down. But what the city said was, you're also in close proximity to Orchard Gardens development and whatnot. So we wanted to limit their hours that they were receiving or exiting traffic and truck deliveries. We also sort of tailored that one a bit differently, that it starts at 9 a.m. because it's also near the Orchard Gardens School, which gets their school buses in the queue at around 8 a.m. For drop-offs and things of that nature. We didn't want any extra traffic or a vulnerable population sort of running into deliveries and other things like that.
Great.
So that's mainly
Great.
the difference you'll see in the agreements are neighborhood specific.
Right. And I think to Councilor Baker's point, when we visited Denver, after a while, you're walking by these places and the packy stores, the beer and wine, alcohol stores stick out way more than these marijuana dispensaries do in many ways. And I want to applaud the city on holding, these potential business owners in our neighborhood accountable for the signage, for security. Like I go by the one medical facility in Alston on the Brookline line, which has parking and is close to the T, which are very important, I think, when we start thinking about where we're putting these things, because it's an emerging industry. I firmly believe in 5 years after they're open, again, people are going to walk by them like they're any other retail establishment. But right now, I think the slow rollout is I believe, a cautious way to do it, and I support that for operational reasons, as I stated about opening one and having a neighborhood flooded that way, but also within the communities themselves. We may not be ready for certain locations yet. And I just want folks making these decisions or promoting certain businesses, regardless of what great background or experience they have, that the location is very important on this first initial rollout. And also because it's still a cash business. And making sure that security, so the facility on Harvard Ave has security after the building closed. They have two security guards outside. So people who are somewhat afraid of this have a level of security that they don't even know is really enhancing that whole area by having eyes on the street. And, some we might ask them to have security longer through the day or night, depending on where the location is.
It's one of the main components of what the applicant actually has to discuss with the community is security. I know that a lot of people focus on the retail because it's an all-cash business as the place, but we actually found when we went on our trip to Denver that it wasn't actually the retail establishments that were the ones that were having the most break-ins and robberies. It was actually the grow facilities where individuals were breaking in to steal a product. Right. And so when we have these individuals go out, we want to reassure the residents that they have a secure plan to protect their product, but also to kind of protect the community from some of these things that might come in.
And one last suggestion. I think the website's pretty self-explanatory, but for folks that I come in contact with a lot, maybe just a simple one-pager that basically would outline from application, or forming a business to all the different steps, right? What you need to do to have an abutters meeting and such.
The clerk's office has one.
Okay.
I'm happy to send it to you,
Great.
though. I'm happy to
'Cause we
build
get those
upon it
questions.
based on input.
Yeah.
So the clerk's office has them on
Great.
their desk for people who come in or if
Perfect.
people call. But I'm happy to
Right.
show you what the clerk's office has and build it up more appropriately in terms of
No, I
communication.
think there's information out there, just for residents especially, the first time their entrance into this issue sometimes is an abutters meeting, and they just have no idea of where they are in the process. They think they're going to open tomorrow, so.
I think an FAQ is going to be really helpful. Are you all set?
I'm good, thanks.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Councilor Edwards.
Thank you. Apologize, I had to step out, but I had gotten some updates on some of your testimony. So I apologize if some of what I'm going to give some suggestions with the hope that the administration's open to some of them, and then I have a question. What I've noticed is that due to the zoning and due to the amount of folks who are trying to come in East Boston, I think we have, or in my district, we have about 7 right now. And if there's 50 in total, we're carrying a decent proportion
No,
of them.
it's minimum 50.
Minimum 50.
We can be
All
over
right.
50.
Yeah, so I just got an email about someone who wants to talk about coming to East Boston. So it's going to keep growing.
Yeah.
So, and again, I'll just echo, I'm excited for the partnership. So a couple things, and I think Alexis and I, we talked about this, so again, I apologize if it came up. One of the things the city has done exceptionally well, and when it comes to the actual disbursement of city lands, is on the REMS website, on the properties website, it actually puts all the properties that are city-owned and the process in which they are in the RFP. So this city, it'll have the, green means it's just been surplused by the city council. Yellow means that an RFP went out. Red means that the contract was granted. But what it does is it shows on a map where all of the city land is. And I think that this might be something and an opportunity in terms of being able to make folks aware so that you don't have a clustering of applications, let alone of stores in one neighborhood. Oh, look, there's like several applications that have been submitted. And you can put that on the map and explain that who's in the process, who's in the pipeline. I think there's a certain amount of transparency that even folks in the industry just want to have. They want to know, oh, it looks like less than a half a mile, there's 3 people, all of them vying for the same street, which is what's happening in East Boston. So it'd be great if we had a transparency for the neighborhood too. I think why that is helpful is people need to see this is going to be coming, it behooves us to get ahead of it anyway. So that's one suggestion. Another suggestion, again, I'm going back to the days when I worked in the city and what I thought the city did exceptionally well, and that was meet and greets. So folks who are interested in this industry or coming a part of this industry, what we did for some folks who are maybe lower income or hadn't been in business before, people of color, women, was just literally get in the room together. Learn about the process together. You want a JV with somebody who maybe has more capital, want to understand what it means to own a business. Sponsoring meet and greets about emerging industries, the headaches of them, the benefits of them, your creativity. Again, this is again, I want the pipeline to be filled with diverse candidates from all over the city of Boston who have demonstrated and have the trust of their community already to be able to be prepared to take on this industry. Another suggestion / question is to Chief Barrows. We've had several hearings about the BEC. We've had hearings about equity in construction. And I'm wondering if the city, because of the federal government's inability to work or willingness to regulate or even come to the table on this, it requires the cities and states to step up. So, and I guess sorry, to Barrows and also to our equity officer as well, I apologize. Would it make sense to consider, and this is also, I guess, to Alexis as well, because I know you're working very hard, but I know this is as one of the testimonies, it's really you kind of doing so much of this work. Would it make sense to set up a form of a BEC commission for emerging industries so that the same things that the BEC is already doing right now, you look at equity, you look at who's on the jobs, why they're on the jobs, how much they're getting paid. We've asked you to look at how much the wage, if there's wage theft coming into those jobs. We've asked you to look at even more so, we've asked you to look at different, the folks who are in the pipeline and what's stopping the pipeline for construction industries. We've asked you to now, or we're considering another commission where we're looking at unions directly, saying, here's the workforce, this is the recruitment. So the city already has an infrastructure for looking at equity, right? And we've added to that, and we already have those meetings on a biannual basis. And what I think would be really good about a commission is, I think it would be helpful for Alexis and for the new office, in that you have now a set of folks, 7, 8 folks from the community appointed by whomever, who are sitting there coming up with those suggestions for you, coming up with the partnership on a regular basis and meeting and talking and being public about those recommendations. Only because it's a trust building exercise right now in the process that we're setting up. And that depends heavily on transparency. Equity is 100% related to transparency. If people don't see what's coming and don't know how it's coming or what fostered the regulations, then people don't trust them. So those are my suggestions. I hope that would be adding to the robust conversation. I apologize to the chair for stepping out and coming in, and if I was repetitive at all.
No, thank you so much. Just two quick follow-ups. I think Councilor Asabi George asked about ownership on the application.
Yeah.
And you stated, Alexis, that the owners have to declare who they are?
Yes, and percentage.
Do you also ask about whether or not they're an equity applicant or economic empowerment applicant?
No, we don't, and that is something that we can definitely do.
Yes, exactly. And on the community engagement piece, what efforts do you undertake to ensure that councilors are informed about these meetings? So I've met with the grower on Hampton Street. Councilor Edwards just mentioned there's a lot of demand in East Boston. How is your office engaging with district councilors?
Our office has regular conversations with your staff on every ZBA case, and so I will, if a district or an at-large councilor feels as though that my liaison is not communicating effectively with your office, please let me know, and I will correct that communication.
And so I just want to say thank you again for being here. I certainly invite you to stay. I know it's been a long hearing, but a very important discussion, and I think it's really important that you hear not only from the next panel, but from people who have come to testify. So if you're able, please stick around. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I just have to admit, I have 1 o'clock outside City Hall, but I've already spoken with IGR, and we'll watch the tape, and if councilors have any questions about process, I'll make sure that I get you those answers.
Excellent. I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Same here, Councilor.
So thank you. We'll invite the second panel. We have joining us Commissioner Shalene Teitel. If you want to make your way. We've got former City Councilor Tito Jackson. And we also have the Alderman Scott from Somerville. Yeah, that's it. This is the second. And this one should be.
Okay, thank you.
So we want to make our way quickly. I know we're in transition.
How many sheets do you have for testimony?
I have 3.
You have 3? Okay.
We're going to get started, so if you'd like to continue your conversation, if you could step out of the chamber. Otherwise, we're going to get started with a presentation from the next panel. Who would like to open up? And if you please do so, Commissioner Teitel, would you mind opening us up? Sure. If you, when you each speak, if you just state who you are, I think everyone knows who you are, but just in case. Commissioner Teitel, thanks so much for being here.
My name is Commissioner Shalene Teitel with the Cannabis Control Commission. Chairwoman Janey and members of the committee, thank you for inviting me to testify today on behalf of the commission. I want to thank Councilors Presley and Councilor McCarthy as well for sponsoring this hearing. I will keep my remarks short and to the point for 2 reasons. One, we are far past the point of discussing why equity is necessary. And 2, each of you has demonstrated through your words and your actions that you understand why it's necessary, that you are committed to it, and that you understand the complexities that go along with this effort. So the only question now is, how can we work together to ensure that the state and the city processes are coherent and equitable? I only have one statistic to share today, and it is a nauseating statistic. At our every meeting, the Commission reports on the demographics of our licensees and our agents, and as of our last meeting, we had issued 76 provisional licenses to businesses, and not one of those 76 businesses has identified as a minority-owned business. I offer this statistic to hold myself accountable, frankly, and also as evidence that good intentions and a fuzzy, unquantified attention to equity is not enough. So now is the time for proactive action.
At the state level, under our laws and regulations, even taking into account priority review, which has one application reviewed in front of another, we don't have the ability to select certain applicants for licensing over others. The question is, are you suitable? Do you meet the qualifications, or do you not? And so, because we require proof of a signed host community agreement as part of that process, our licensing process is a function of the municipal process. And so, in other words, if cities are only signing host community agreements with white, wealthy applicants, we can only issue licenses to white, wealthy applicants. But municipalities, in contrast, can select certain applicants. So for me, the nightmare scenario is that we wake up in a year, we have a fully functioning industry, and we find that we did not meet our mandate, we did not meet our goal to have a diverse industry, and it will be too late to change it. Anyone who has worked with liquor licenses understands the challenge of undoing harm. But we can avoid that right now, having only 16 final licenses issued by the Commission, only 4 community host agreements signed by the city. It is early enough to be proactive and not do the harm in the first place, instead of trying to undo it later. So, what is the proactive solution? The Commission recommends, quote, instituting an objective, transparent selection process intentionally focused on repairing past inequities, beginning with prioritizing review for state-designated economic empowerment applicants. The Commission further recommends that municipalities consider preferences for state-designated social equity program participants or applications from companies owned by marginalized groups. In my capacity as the commissioner appointed for expertise in social justice, I would make that recommendation more specific and suggest instituting a system for preferred applicants, such that a certain percentage of host community agreements must be signed with the preferred applicants. And there is precedent for this if you look at the ordinance recently passed in the city of Somerville that my colleague will discuss. So who should these preferred candidates be? My recommendation would be to use the state-designated groups because they are already vetted for legal compliance with the laws mandated for communities disproportionately harmed by prohibition. So we've done those studies, we've designated those areas, and we've checked to make sure that these applicants meet the qualifications. We interpreted that phrase, communities disproportionately harmed, in a race-neutral way. You may also want to consider state-certified disadvantaged business enterprises, such as minority-owned, women-owned, or veteran-owned businesses. You may also want to consider micro-businesses, to Councillor Flynn's and Councillor Baker's earlier points, that this is not just limited to retail. Even though we tend to discuss retail in these conversations, micro-businesses are small businesses that may cultivate under limited square footage or may manufacture under limited purchase amounts, and those owners must be state residents and they may not have an ownership stake in any other marijuana business. The Commission is glad to work with you to help you understand these different designations and help you develop a system that is efficient and is right for the city. When our Commission surveyed the state-certified economic empowerment applicants to find out why none of them had applied, the 3 barriers named were a lack of access to capital, time needed to develop a business plan, and difficulty with the municipal process. If you do institute a system of preferred applicants, I'm certain that will help address at least 2 of these barriers, the municipal process and the capital, and our state-level equity program can help address the 3rd through technical assistance. I know you'll hear directly from economic empowerment applicants today as well, and I intend to stay and would like to hear from them too. In 2015, when we had a very similar conversation in these same seats, Councillor Presley, Congresswoman-elect Presley, aptly stated that a rising tide does not lift all boats. I would offer that at this moment, the Commission and the Council and the residents of Boston and throughout the Commonwealth are in the same boat, and that boat is headed in the wrong direction, but it's not too late to change course. That's my prepared remarks. I had 3 points I wanted to make based on the last panel. Quickly, the first is I wanted to explicitly push back on the idea that Speed in this process and equity in this process are somehow competing priorities. In fact, it's the opposite. If you were to institute local priority for economic empowerment applicants and sign a host community agreement with them, when that comes to the state, they go right to the front of the line. So that would actually speed up the process. Secondly, Chairwoman Janey, you mentioned the social consumption licenses. At the commission level, we have decided to specifically offer those to small businesses and to equity program participants. And we passed a motion to collaboratively work with a small number of cities and towns who wish to opt in to develop those regulations. And so I would invite Boston to participate, and when we collaboratively come up with those regulations, we can discuss some of the things that came up, like clawback provisions, like simplifying the process, and making sure that from scratch, we're designing a license type that is for these populations currently being excluded. And the third and final point is that I did not hear something that I expected to hear about today, which is the 3% local tax revenue and the 3% community impact fee, and how that relates to the discussion in terms of budgets to help these populations and technical assistance and the small business assistance that's being offered to other businesses, but not these.
Thank you so much. Could we go on to Alderman Scott, please?
Different microphones up in Somerville. First, let me just say thank you for the opportunity to be here. Chair Janey, I was just impressed as all get out by the depth and acuity of your questions. Obviously, appreciate the leadership of my new representative-elect on this issue. Councilor Edwards, it's a pleasure to see you again. And I appreciate the your co-sponsorship of this as well and your engagement in this conversation. I'd be happy to get up and advance these slides in a second, but I just wanted to say that I appreciate the time that was spent here. That's a lot of the conversations that we've already had, and hopefully I can, oh, I got a clicker. Hopefully I can share some of what we went through and maybe got to some of the answers. I always like hearing the process that other folks go through, and fortunately, we can be flexible with this. But we do need to make sure that when we put it in motion, that we don't start something, like you said, you can't get the toothpaste back in the tube. So I just put up a couple slides about this. Obviously, I'm not going to spend any time talking about equity goals, because it is clear from the conversation here that you understand the equity goals. But when we talked about the context, when we looked at what we had to do, we had to take into account a couple of these contexts. And the really complicated one, as you know, is the existing framework. MGL, CMR, the existing host community agreements actually gave us a surprising amount of wrinkle here. So again, we all get this slide. But when it comes to the existing regulatory framework, I hear a lot of, well, we can't do this at state level, we can't do this at local level. Figuring that out and making sure that we get a solution that actually advances our equity goals was my priority. The MGL spells out a lot of the limits of local control. The regulation that was promulgated by the commission earlier this year, in particular, spells out the nature of economic empowerment applicants, which we needed to pay some attention to, and there were some wrinkles in that process as well that we put some language in our ordinance to handle, which I believe you also have a copy of that ordinance provided to you. And the RMD host community agreements. Now, RMDs are the existing medical distributors, and they had certain rights written into there, one of which was that they would not be automatically able to convert into recreational facilities if that ever became legal in the state. Obviously, looking back, that was a great job by our planning department to make sure that was in there, and has given us an opportunity to make sure that we can actually gate this and increase some equity. And obviously, we looked at our existing liquor licensing to get a sense of what problems we might have to watch out for. Now, a lot of the focus here today has been on retail businesses, and that's understandable. It's the most public-facing, and in some ways, it's the most accessible in terms of actually achieving some economic gains for the folks that live in our neighborhoods. But there's also the whole class of non-retail licenses, the cultivators, the craft co-ops, the product manufacturers. When it came to Somerville, This was just a choice we made. Y'all can make a different choice. But we said, Somerville, we want to be open for business. For all those back office type businesses, we want to just go ahead, let's get the investment, because in a lot of, at least for myself, the expertise required to start one of those businesses may be a little bit more rarefied, difficult to get somebody in there, and frankly, we have a dearth of commercial employment and back office, small manufacturing in Somerville. We're trying to encourage that. This is advancing a policy goal of ours to ensure that we get more commercial and industrial production in the town. However, we are up to our ears in retail. We get that. And it was very important to us to make sure that that most public-facing, and in fact, one of the places where we think the expertise already exists in some of these disadvantaged communities and the groups that we really wanted to encourage already exists. So let's ensure that they have a chance to get into this playing field before they're squeezed out. So we started this gated process, and I've got it up here on the screen. Part of which is driven by the language in the state law and in the MGL and the CMR, which classifies the existing medical distributors as having a priority status. So we understood that we needed to preserve that, but that doesn't really cover it, because when you talk about these RMDs, these existing medical distributors, we very appreciative for the host community agreements they've signed, very supportive of them as their partners in the community, but it's important to understand that these are large vertically integrated corporations by the requirement of our previous medical regulation that makes them govern everything from the planting all the way to distribution and sales of their product. They are inherently a larger scale than the small startups and the community businesses that we're trying to make sure profit from the proliferation of this new industry. So aside from preserving their right to not get squeezed out by, Big Pot from Colorado or the Walmart Pot from California, we also, it's not sufficient just to make sure that they're a success. They're not the people that I'm most concerned about protecting. So that's why we created two different categories in this priority applicants. And that Group A is the one that I think has been getting a lot of the talk here today. The economic empowerment applicants or equivalent, locally owned businesses, and we set that out as 50% or more owned by Somerville residents, and co-ops, which simply as a way to encourage a cooperative, maybe more socialist model of ownership of resources. So our way of protecting that was basically to take those and to create a 2-year window. And I got to be honest with you, after hearing the conversation today, I had started out of the gate wanting 5 years on this, and we might need it, to be honest. With the amount of time and amount of regulation, I started a business in Boston back in 2009, brick and mortar. Whew, it ain't that easy. Now, to be fair, I did it in Somerville in 2011, and it wasn't easy either. But, we need to make sure that we've got time for these groups to have their ability to get started, and that means overcoming all of those regulatory thresholds, all the expertise thresholds, getting the technical assistance, getting the finance light up. And the best way that I can think of to make sure that can happen, because I'm just a small town politician, I don't have the budget y'all have, but if I can look at the big medical distributors who are desperate to open their doors to the recreational market and say, y'all got to bring the other boats with you. You got to lift this tide for everybody. Then that's a way to encourage investment. And I got to say that in some ways that's already happening. One of the distributors in town actually has an incubator program where they're helping small businesses, several of which are economic empowerment applicants, to get started. Now those people are the product development space, product manufacturing space. I can think of no clearer way to signal to these businesses that they need to get into the business, into the equity business, than to say, you get your license when the people who have been closest to the pain start to get theirs.
That's right, that's right.
So, I'm getting a fan club here in Boston. This is nice.
That's right. Amen. Amen.
So that's why we set up this 2-year window at which nobody from out of state, nobody from out of town, nobody who's not an economic empowerment applicant can even sniff a license in Somerville, and frankly, that may need to be longer. But even within that priority window, we want to make sure that the very first license goes to that group of locally owned, of co-ops, of economic empowerment applicants or equivalent, because I do want to point out that while the commission has licensed or has certified a group of applicants as economic empowerment applicants, I believe that window to certify EEAs has closed, right? Well, there's only 150 change? 123 of those. And I imagine probably some of the people in this audience missed their window to get certified. I don't want to cut off small businesses, small minority-owned businesses, people who are in the business of equity from having their shot in Somerville just because they missed that first window, because that window was tight. So in the legislation, I actually wrote in the provision where our licensing commission can use the same guidelines that were published by the Cannabis Commission to certify someone independently as having qualified for that status so that we can prioritize them, so that we can get them in the game, so that we can play catch up. So that's about all I want to say about this. Oh, other than that, you know, I go, you go, which I believe you're already familiar with. I do want to put a few details in there. That or equivalent is the first one. Wanted to make sure that we didn't leave people out of the game. There is a slight wrinkle. I heard the administration, the Walsh administration, mention something about 7. 7 is our legal minimum. I don't think anybody wants to do the legal minimum. So the priority licenses, we didn't cap that in a alternating system, because otherwise that would mean we get to one priority Group A person, one existing medical distributor, one priority, one medical distributor, and then once we got to those alternations being done, we couldn't by law go any further. So it just says that Group B, those existing medical distributors, can't constitute more than 50% of the licenses being issued right now. It's our way to cap and guarantee that cycle, but also, hey, if we get a flood of great minority applicants, great economic empowerment applicants, let's get them into business. Now, also, we did protect the medical distributors a little bit. We heard their concerns that you know, they don't want to be responsible. They're happy to offer technical assistance. They're happy to help people get through license issuance, but starting a business, you never know what's going to happen with getting your doors open. Maybe it takes 3 weeks because the utility company doesn't have the sewer line put in for you, and you know, you get delayed by 6 months. So we did gate all of this by license issuance just to make sure that we didn't get in the business of figuring out when somebody's doors were open or how many hours a week they were open. We want to just manage it from the license side. But we also ensured that there would be equity in perpetuity. And this is the most important point that I can give you right now, which is it's not good enough to have a nice start and then have the Walmart of pot come to town and crowd out all these small players that invest their heart, their dreams, their money into getting up. It's important that we maintain a balance. It's important that, so that's why in our license, at no point ever will non-priority applicants constitute more than 50% of the licenses currently active in the city. So just a few other points. We're going to make sure that the medical distributors don't go full retail recreational, because it's important for the medical customers, the people who do have their cards, to be able to attain those products. I believe there are some tax advantages to getting your product through a medical distribution operation as opposed to the retail. We've heard for years how important the medical operations are and what a unique niche they serve. We want to make sure that they continue to serve that niche and we don't end up in a desert where people who want a purely medicinal experience can't get served. And I will say the one restriction we put here on the growth of this industry was we put a temporary license cap to say that 12 total licenses in Somerville in the first 2 years. I don't expect we'll hit that. Boy, I'd love it if we did. But again, this is the nice thing about it. We're legislators. We get to legislate. If I get a year and a half into this and I don't have the applicants in the system and I'm looking at Big Pot lining up and licking their chops, I'll push it out. Let's push it out to 5 years. If we get to 12 total retail licenses in the city and the city says, hey, this is great, we want more, let's get rid of it. But we did actually put that temporary cap in there. We have it sunsetted in the legislation so it goes away. We don't need to actively come back and do that. And it's my hope that with the system that we've got in place here, we're going to see a proliferation of an equitable industry in Somerville. So I just got up here a little flow chart, just a sample licensing flow, because I know it's a lot of words. You know, it just kind of summarizes what we've got in place there. But I will say that I'm very grateful for the conversation that's happening here in Boston, because ultimately we're what, 12% of your size right across the river. And I think it's important for us to hold our ground. Vermont's right next to New Hampshire. All up and down that border, there's Walmart right at the boundary. But Vermont stands by its principles, and Somerville's going to stand by its principles.
I appreciate your leadership in Somerville and for participating today. It's been very helpful. I want to move on our panel so that we can open this up to any questions that my colleagues may have, and then to the public. So my predecessor, former City Councilor Tito Jackson, if you could state your current role, that would be helpful.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairwoman. My name is Tito Jackson. I actually have a little cold, but my name is Tito Jackson. I am CEO of Verdant Medical, and we are a vertically integrated company. Our grow facility will be in Raleigh, Mass. We've signed a host community agreement there. We will also have a co-located store. In addition, we will also very close to signing a host community agreement in Provincetown, and are seeking a store in the Mattapan Square area of Boston. I want to give kudos to Congresswoman-elect Ayanna Pressley, as well as Councilor Tim McCarthy, and thank you, Councilor Edwards, for your work. I guess I want to jump in. I had prepared remarks, but I just want to jump in to a couple areas. One, I think Councilor Edwards is right on relative to the BEC. We should be reviewing this on a regular basis. There should be a standing committee that, even if it does not have technical authority, has transparent authority to say who actually owns these companies. And I know at the state level, there are requirements that if someone has ownership over 9.9%, but we want on record for individuals to state that. And so I think that's a really critical component. I also want to give huge props to my friend from Somerville. It shows that municipal government can actually lead and not follow in this process. The structure in which has been put forward there, I think, is a real model, and a model that is well thought out, and actually helps at the municipal level for us to flex our muscles around this issue of equity. And in Boston, we're not talking about a minority. We're talking about a majority of people in the city of Boston who are people of color and who've been disproportionately affected by the war on drugs and will be put out of business. Let's also, as young people say, keep it 100 right here. This industry already exists in and around our city, on Craigslist, on Instagram, and on text messages. And so the young men and women who are currently participating in this business are going to be put out of business. So the question is, how do we deal with those issues through equity and opportunity? So Somerville has a great model. I think you should also look at Cambridge. So Cambridge, and they haven't codified this yet, but they've actually spoken about equity applicants being able to site in the buffer zones. And so one of the hugely difficult aspects, in particular, as someone who has looked for property in the city of Boston, and I bought a house before this, so to look at commercial property, and what I should note is there is a cannabis tax. Anyone who's I have not been married, but for those who have been married, when you go and you call someone for the hall and you say you're having a party, that's one price. If you tell them that you were in love and you want to have a reception, that's another price. That's the same thing that happens in the cannabis industry. You call and you say, hey, I hear you are opening retail, you have a retail opening. As soon as you say cannabis, the number oftentimes doubles or triples. For equity candidates, who have talked to their mom, their grandmom, or whoever to get their funding, that makes it even more difficult. And I would note any additional restriction around spacing, because I believe the medical component that I voted on this board was to have it, my mentality was a pharmacy. There's a pharmacy in every neighborhood, and that half-mile gap, I personally think at this point it should be a quarter of a mile. It disproportionately affects people in communities of color who do not have the financial wherewithal and resources to come to the table. The further, and Boston, by the way, we have 124, last time was 126, but 124 school buildings. So you're 500 feet away from each one of those school buildings. And that's only public schools, so we're not talking about charter or parochial. I think we should also look at Oakland, California. Oakland actually gave 50% of their licenses right off the bat to people who had a prior charge. So I think there's some things that we can think about in that space in terms of ideas. The biggest, and I'm going to keep it, people talk about technical assistance and helping folks. That's not the biggest obstacle. It's all about the Benjamins. Exactly. It is literally about lawyers, consultants, regulatory lawyers that are involved in this process, and you need to be able to pay them to be up to snuff. The aspect of a quote-unquote mom and pop is so difficult because it is probably $1 million in the city of Boston to open a storefront. And so one of the partnerships that I have developed is with a company called Sea Hunter Therapeutics. And so in having a conversation with them, I identified that the median net worth of a white family in Boston is $247,500. The median net worth of a black family in the city of Boston is $8. That's a Federal Reserve study. And so we know typically people do not have $1 million liquid, because I think it was brought up earlier, I think it was Councilor McCarthy who maybe asked about banking. Not only is banking an issue, just putting your money in a bank, they're definitely not going to loan to you. And so what we were able to develop with Sea Hunter is a economic empowerment program that is based on actually giving the economic empowerment as well as people of economic empowerment eligible people the financial resources in the front end to get into business, to pay for the build out, to pay for the security protocol and build out and panic buttons and CCTV and the backup that goes along with that and the vault and all of those things that are requirements, by the way, of any business, regardless of how small or how large, to pay for the working capital. In my business, in Verdant, we have committed to a $15 an hour minimum wage. I couldn't sit in the seat that Councilor Janey is sitting in and fight for 15 and then come on this side and not actually live out that component. And in addition, we've actually added a financial literacy component and are working on a 401k with matching in that space. And so that package is one that we are working with about 20 economic empowerment eligible groups on so that they can actually get into business. If we do nothing, we will end up Denver, where there's over 700 operators and one of them is black. And that person is actually from, it's a husband and wife couple. One of them is from Boston. And so if we do nothing and we don't add the guardrails, then we are going to absolutely have a problem in this space. And so I would encourage the Boston City Council, the august body that you are, to flex your muscles. You have legislative authority in the city of Boston. You can scaffold and guide this process in a way that is helpful. I would also note, I have found, and I know that there is an editorial in the Boston Globe today, I would note that I have found the process at the city level to be open, to be transparent, and to be relatively predictable in this space. And I think it is of note that Andrea Cabral is the first and very qualified to open a store in the city of Boston, and others like me will have that opportunity. I guess the last piece I would note with Commissioner Title here, it is absolutely critical that in the newer areas, such as social consumption, because understand, social consumption disproportionately affects people of color who are in affordable housing. If you get caught in any of your affordable housing units, you can be put out. We do not have a place in the city of Boston, if you are poor, for you to consume legally any of the cannabis products. That is an absolutely critical component, and we can be on the early end in this space. And I also look forward to areas like delivery and additional ancillary services, that there be a front end to this that is for people of color. The last cautionary tale is in Denver last year, there was a 53% increase in arrests of people of color. So if we are not involved in this industry, if we don't own, and I had a job fair this past weekend in Roxbury, if we're not participating in this industry, we will get picked up. We will get locked up, and we will perpetuate all of the ills that led me to want to support the legalization of adult use on 4/20/2016. Thank you for the opportunity to be here, and I look forward to any questions.
Thank you so much. Thank you all for your leadership in this space. I appreciate the lessons that you've shared. Certainly, equity is at the forefront of certainly what the makers want to see, certainly what I want to see, and my other colleagues. And I think we have an opportunity to take what we've heard here and the lessons learned from other places like Somerville, Cambridge, and what not to do from places like Denver as we move forward here in Boston. Just a couple of questions from me, and then I'll open it up to my colleagues. I really want to make sure that we have ample time to hear from people who have come to testify. I'm hoping that any of you can talk more about the access to capital. What I see here in Boston is those who are well connected, those who are able to work the system, those who have the lobbyists working with them, the consultant working with them, the lawyers working with them, and not just any lawyer, but the lawyer who understands this building and these types of processes are able to move forward. And those who don't have access to that type of consultant or lawyer, or who may not have the capital to pay for that, are kind of locked out or left kind of spinning on their own, trying to navigate what seems to be a complicated process, despite your experience with the city being open, or what we heard from the first panel around there being simplicity here. I think, at least from what I hear from people who are trying to get in this space, there are still lots of questions and appears to be roadblocks in terms of equity applicants trying to get in that space. And so we certainly want to remove all of that and make sure that we move forward with intention. So I'm really anxious to hear more about access to capital, and I'm also interested in hearing more about what any of you may be doing around the educational piece. So we heard from the earlier panel, we already know from past experience, whether it's liquor licenses around retail stores, that the knee-jerk reaction can be no. Councilor Edwards talked about the importance of education and doing kind of regular meet and greets. I like to call them potluck dinners or potluck gatherings. No pun, well, pun intended, I guess. But how we really get the information out that for me, and I think others who are sitting in these chairs, that this is really an economic justice issue, this is a racial justice issue, this is not just another business that's going to open up, but really that we have an opportunity to right the wrongs. And I think One, we need to make sure the equity applicants have access to that capital and understand how to navigate the system, that we as a body, as city councilors, are doing all that we can to make sure that there's legislation in place to help with that. And then the other piece is the education piece, so that, you know, we don't go back to our own communities that have been devastated by the war on drugs to have, you know, our neighbors, our you know, people in our community saying no, no, no. I'm interested in your thoughts on all of that. Then I'll open it up, and then we'll hear from the public. Anyone can respond to any of that.
What I would say is a couple of pieces. As I noted, there's a program that I am working with. This is
Just to take me through that program.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm an applicant. I
Yes.
want to open up. How much capital do I get access to? Do you take me through a training? Like, what does it look like?
So we would actually take you literally through the whole process, literally from soup to nuts, from
Seed to sale.
from forming your corporate entity to the application process at the local level, to the community process, to getting to the state level, and then giving you the finances. Not only to open your doors, but you're not making money on day one. So the critical component is making sure that you have the working capital, which for many businesses of color is the hiccup and the difficulty throughout the first year that would actually get you to a place where you can operationalize, you can hire folks, you can also deal with the very real issue of access to product. So we talk about access to capital. The other aspect of this industry in its infancy is access to product and pricing around that aspect. And those who have gone to Colorado know that that has been an obstacle. In addition, one of the other components is that there are wraparound services around one of the biggest issues, and people who are in this industry need to know, accounting. And I'll tell you, there's something called 280E, which is a tax code that is very harmful to the cannabis industry and disproportionately affects those who are on the small business and retail side. In this industry, you are not allowed to write off anything other than the cost of goods sold if you are on the retail side. So what does that mean? So people who are on your sales floor, their salaries, which if we had a donut shop, all of those people could be written off. In the cannabis industry, so as you see those numbers come out at $2.2 million in 5 days, in the cannabis industry, we have a 50% tax at the federal level, a 17% tax at the state level, and correct me if I'm wrong, and a 3%, and I want to give props to Mayor Walsh as well as the City Council for holding it to 3%, because there are other places that have gone over and above that 3%. If we're talking about equity, that additional money disproportionately harms folks in our community. And the last piece I would note is that I'm going to be hosting several events in the community. I want to call them Cannabis in the Community. A lot of neighborhoods have no idea that, take for instance on the security side, Commissioner Tito, there was airtight security when it comes to all of the requirements that you have to have. This is not, people are going to bring up stuff at meetings. The amount of security that Commissioner Tito and the commission has put forward makes Brinks look embarrassingly low at that level.
Mr. Jackson,
Yep.
if you could, so I have not had the opportunity, I wanted to, prior to this hearing, to go see what was happening in our other towns in Massachusetts, just to see for myself. So I've seen photographs, but if you could kind of just take us through, from what I've seen in photographs, they look clean, they look light and airy. There's what they call bud tenders who help people. There's a checkpoint. So you can't even walk into the, just so that we're clear, people cannot walk in without a license proving that you are 21 of age, so no children. So unlike our liquor stores, our package stores, you can bring a young child in as you go to pick up a bottle of wine. Here, you cannot. Then there's a second checkpoint that they'll verify who you are and your age once again. Is that
Yes.
correct?
So-
So if you could talk us through that. And I want to come back to the Capitol because I'm really interested in hearing how much. So if someone is applying, does it depend on the size of the business, the number of employees? Like how do people kind of get in? And what's the process for people getting in?
Yeah. So I would note, so in terms of entry into the store, you cannot physically enter, and there's a buffer component. Some places actually even have a buzzer for you to get in. So you can't enter the physical store.
How do you ensure there are not lines on the sidewalk?
Okay, so how we are building ours is that we actually have 100 square feet as a foyer. You would actually present your ID, in which we would scan, and I know it's been an issue. We actually don't keep the scans for a long period of time, but you cannot enter the building without showing that you're 21 years of age. In addition, we actually then have a second foyer where we then card you again. That is actually 200 square feet. And to your point, the issue there is that I don't want people queuing on the sidewalk. We are very aware that this is a cash business. The average transaction is about $90. And so you have most folks who are in line have cash on them. We do not want them on the street. In addition, we do not want a public nuisance. Then when they get inside, we are actually a medical as well as we're applying for recreation, so we have a separate section for medical. The floor is set up analogous to a Verizon store. The wares that we are selling are encapsulated in a case. And so this is not a donut shop where you can say, hey, I want the third one from the right on the third shelf. In addition, the fulfillment aspect, so if you wanted an ounce of White Widow, and that's one of the names, and if that's what you wanted, you would ask for that, and it would be, I wouldn't give it to you. That order would go through. It would be fulfilled behind a wall, and then that fulfillment would come to the place where you would actually check out. At the checkout, we then check your ID once more, right? So unlike
That's unique to you, though.
No.
Okay.
This is what Commissioner Title, as well as her investigators, will be on site making sure that occurs. In addition, we require folks to sign a contract at that point. The contract states that you're going to be a good neighbor, that you are not going to litter outside, that you are not going to consume outside, and that you will not be a public nuisance. So I do have your information. In addition, there was a RFID tag on each one of whatever leaves the building. So I also do know who actually littered, and if there was a public nuisance issue, we call the police. That's what we train our employees to do.
There's some sort of thing that you can track so that if it ends up on the ground, is that what you're saying?
One of the requirements by the commission is that there's a tagging component, which basically means there's some type of magic wand that they can come in and determine how many, and by the way, this is for issues around diversion, right? So we do not, whatever comes in my back door, Commissioner Title can determine what's going out the front door. And we need to make sure that every single, if there are 50 ounces of something that's supposed to be on the shelf, when folks come to our store to determine whether or not that's there, we are required to allow them in. And if there's any discrepancy, we have to figure out where that discrepancy came from.
Can you come back to the Capitol, and then I want to open it up? Anyone?
Yeah, I'd like to address that. And yes, that is the basis of seed to sale, is the RFID tags we'll track literally from seed to sale, where each plan, each unit, everything is. So coming back to the access to capital question, I'm not going to repeat what has been said about how difficult it is and how, because banks don't loan, you have to depend on your family and friends, what that means for equity. But what hasn't been said is how valuable it is to an investor when a business can go through the municipal process. So I've never been in another industry. I've always been in drug policy and the marijuana industry. I don't know how it works in other places. But in the marijuana industry, even companies that have virtually unlimited resources, the most difficult thing for them is the municipal process. And so if you have a signed host community agreement from Boston, don't underestimate what that means to your ability to then raise capital. And then in an analogous way, when we talk about social consumption and delivery licenses, that's why for me it's so important that we limit those low capital licenses to those groups, because from my perspective, if people from communities disproportionately harmed can't start a delivery business, then nobody should be able to start a delivery business. And I think that's how we can address the capital issue.
Wonderful. Yes.
If I may, I just want to use my lived experience to validate the counselor's expression that I'm a direct abutter to one of the medical distributors in our town. And I do encourage you to go see it, although I think if you don't have a card, they probably won't let you in the front door. I didn't know the council was going to call my mom's if I littered in his neighborhood, and also to absolutely amplify what the commissioner has to say is that capital will find a way. And if they know they have to wait until a minority-owned business gets their licenses or an economic empowerment applicant gets their license, there's two pieces to that. They will rush to get their money into this because there's money to be made here and everybody knows it. Secondly, they will be required, at least in Somerville, by the way we've set it up, to not dilute the original ownership out and get to one of the problems that Representative-elect Presley brought up, which is to have a front man on an organization. By having, this is where, again, y'all can flex your muscles and ensure that the ownership is sincere, it's local, and it's not diluted out of existence. And once the pathway is proven that you got to go through that to get there, the capital will come. There's no other way I know of to force it to happen.
And not only will capital will find a way, it is also that capital would also find a way to connect with those individuals and even want to incent them to move forward in line. Yep. Right? So I think there's another component there that capital is going to want those applicants of color to be able to move forward. I would also note in the program that I'm running, we actually do not take an equity stake, which is absolutely critical. So we take no equity with the individuals, and it is critical if we're talking about ownership that people own their business and have an opportunity to be able to move and advance their business forward. As I told you before, so Boston is expensive, and we know this from the residential side and the commercial side. And remember, the commercial components of this are also signing an LOI, which is a letter of intent, which means you're holding this location and you're paying rent. Right? And so as noted before, and as a good counselor from Somerville noted, actually I believe it was Commissioner Tito, speed is an issue, right? Because you're literally paying rent for something that you don't occupy, that you can't build out, and you can't move forward. And so again, that becomes an issue. As I noted, in the city of Boston, the average, what we're guessing, it's about $1 million per store. And that's gonna get you to the point of opening and hopefully through most of that for that first year, which is a very expensive bar. In addition, the banking component, we actually do have banking, but the banking component is actually very expensive. If you do have an account, it's about $5,000 a month.
Right. And I don't see capital chasing anyone. So, what I hear from people is that it's still a barrier. I think there's people who have capital who can get in and can pay months and months and months, on that rent on that property. So I'm still anxious to hear more, but I want to open it up because I think that's still a barrier. Now, if we do all that we can here on the equity side, maybe folks will see, okay, well, that's where it's going to go, and we'll follow it there. But, I think the folks who have access to capital, the folks who have access to connections are the ones who are well-positioned to move forward. And the whole purpose of this was really to make sure that we're opening up the doors for others. I really appreciate you all for being here. I do want to make sure we get to colleagues and public testimony. I could sit here and ask a bunch of questions.
Can I just say one thing about
Yes,
the
sir.
Capitol? And Commissioner Title hit upon it, but the 3% is yours. So the money that was brought up before is the federal funds around wraparound services, CDBG, and all that. That's federal money. This money that's coming back to
The
you
tax revenue for the city, yeah.
is that 3% is city money. And those city dollars are distributed based on the budget that the Boston City Council approves. So it is possible that those dollars can be directed at any place that the Boston City Council as well as mayor determines. And so I think there's an opportunity there for the city to kind of think about where those funds will go.
I agree. Thank you so much. Congresswoman-elect Presley.
I mean, I'll be brief because each of you have provided really a comprehensive testimony and insights. I have just a couple of questions, but I, more than anything, just wanted to thank you for your commitment to social and economic and racial justice issues and really to criminal justice reform, which is certainly something that I consider this to be as well. I wanted to, on the equity side of things, just inquire about the auxiliary businesses that we've been talking about. How do we ensure that there's an equity in their opportunity as well? And to Councilor Janey, or Chairwoman Janey's point about people that are already well-positioned, this was the challenge that within the liquor license industry as well, and why so many people were resistant to our reforms and what we were offering, because the system, as it is designed, was working really well for a lot of people, and including auxiliary businesses, particularly on the legal side. And so there were a number of attorneys that were queued up, that knew how to leverage and how to work this building and to get access. And so I just wonder, I'm thinking about a long time ago, we had not a yellow pages, but a black pages for folks that wanted to have a guide specifically to go to so that they could make the conscious choice to invest and to support black businesses. And I was thinking about the Boston Residents Jobs Policy and our work there to codify within that most recent amendment best practices by the tradeswomen organization, so that people couldn't say, we don't know where to find women or how to get them, where's the bench? We codified within that best practices. So I just wonder if there's something on the auxiliary side that we've explored or that we could consider, or that exists anywhere, or that we could conceive of that would support MWBEs, or anyone who's just, looking for those that have that lived experience and already know how to navigate.
So I'll answer from the Commission's perspective and then my own. From the Commission's perspective, when we were designing the equity program, it was really important to us to notice how the ancillary businesses are a big part of this, and in many ways they're the best opportunity to make money if you're coming from a place that has lower capital, because you don't have to go through these applications, you're not subject to 280E, your barriers are lower. And so we do have a track of the equity program, even though they're not licensed by the Commission. We are offering the opportunity to understand the industry as a whole and to help small businesses to start. So people who are interested in that should follow the equity program of the Commission. And then, yes, there are different trade associations and women-led organizations, both regionally and nationally, that exist with just that focus of helping people to consciously vote with their consumer dollars and support small people of color-led businesses. Off the top of my head, Minority Cannabis Business Association is one,
okay.
And then Elevate New England is a regional one as well.
Okay. And then is there anything that you would offer in terms of best practices or lesson learned in terms of how to what does the workforce transition look like from the illicit market to the regulated market, and what we can offer?
That is a difficult question. To me, I think the pathway will be.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry, Chairwoman Janey was just saying, did we have to move?
No, keep.
Okay, I'm sorry, go on. Yeah.
Just briefly, to me, the pathway will be non-storefront delivery licenses, because that's the lowest capital and in many ways the most similar to people who have been in the illicit market. But we're, I think, gradually moving towards that, starting with micro business delivery and then trying to help people find that pathway.
Okay, all right. So time is of the essence, so I'm going to defer to my colleagues. But thank you, each and every one of you, for your leadership and making sure that we are putting into practice the values that we espouse. Commissioner Title, in particular, I just want to thank you for your leadership through the Equitable Opportunities Now Coalition, the many that made it possible for us to pass the question in the first place and to pass the most progressive question in the country so that we could be here today.
Thank you, Congresswoman-elect.
Councilor McCarthy?
I really will be really fast. We've pounded the subject pretty good. I really appreciate everybody being here. Tito, it's nice to see you across the desk one more time. And maybe some of that White Widow might help clear up your head. I don't know. I mean, I'm not into it, but I'm just saying.
As long as it's under $50, Counselor.
I'm just saying, an Irish toddy is in my family. Hey, I don't know, whatever floats your boat.
Don't cite that.
A quick, just really two quick, really a question and then just a quick statement. As far as the social consumption, especially in the developments, has Somerville come up with any rules and regulations regarding that? Have they?
No, we actually don't. It's a really great point. We do have a certain amount of subsidized public housing, and it's actually something that hadn't come to my attention yet. So I appreciate this experience. I learn something every day from y'all, so I'll definitely be taking that back. I do also want to issue an apology for Somerville's regulation. I understand the desire to regulate the auxiliary businesses here. That's really just part of a local bias. Only 15% of Somerville's residents have jobs in Somerville. I'm doing everything I can to get commercial industry to get in. So that's just but I appreciate the focus, and I absolutely encourage Boston to put equity as a part of those auxiliary businesses as well.
Okay. Yeah, I have several developments in my district, and I know that, you know, and Tito will tell you as a former district councilor, we're the first line of phone calls. And as much as, you know, now that it's passed, as I said, I was against it, but, you know, I'm trying to make it best for Boston and best for my community. Although, you know, I think they now have the right to consume, but the person who is raising 2 kids next door also has the right not to go through that. So we're going to have to work hard and clearly reach across the aisle with other neighbors and other communities. And my last point would be to Councilor Jackson's point about the 0.5 miles, you know, half mile to, you know, quarter mile. That's exactly what I talked about in my opening statement, right? Like the regulation of 0.5 and then holding that and then seeing if that genie can be let out a little bit more. And you know, so I agree with you at that point that sure, we can release that at some point in time, but let's get it right first time.
Definitely.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you so much. I'm going to keep moving.
I'm sorry, I would just make a request. Please do be in touch with me about anything on the federal level. Certainly, we're following Senator Warren's legislation, which would get specifically to the issue of stigma relative to banking and financial industry and lending. But there's a lot of other things that are on the work, and so please do let me know how I can continue to push on that level.
Yep. And just for clarification, it's not just public housing residents that are vulnerable. They're extremely vulnerable, but any renter is vulnerable where there is a no smoking policy. So maybe they can do edibles, I don't know. But so anyone is, I do want to move on. I want to just extend my gratitude to all of you for what you do. I hope that if you're able, I know it's been a long hearing, but if you're able to hear some of the testimony from the public, I certainly invite you to stay and invite you to talk more with other counselors after the hearing. But I'm just mindful because there's another hearing scheduled, and I want to get testimony from the public. I see a burning
Yep.
question, comment. Go ahead.
I just want
Mr.
to
Jackson.
push one more time on this issue of social consumption. We have an opportunity to lead and not follow. I have been in those seats, and I've been through elections also, and it is very difficult to have some of these conversations. But that is a solution to many of the problems that are out there. And as Commissioner Tittle noted, we also have an opportunity to run the score up in that space for equity applicants and people who've been disproportionately affected by the war on drugs. And I also believe we have an obligation to do that in that space.
I agree, and
Thank you.
we had that conversation earlier around social consumption when McCarthy brought that up earlier, the need for pot cafes. But thank you again for your time, and we need to make sure that there's equity throughout so that people are not consuming in our parks and playgrounds. I want to begin now by calling up people who would like to testify. First on the list, and please forgive me if I mess up on names here, Aris Haloni. Did I get that right? Thank you. Please come down. We have podiums here to the left and to the right. I'm going to call a few names before you begin. So Arish Haloni, Jim Carvalho, and Carlos Teacher, Emmanuel DeBarros. If you guys just want to line up at the podiums, you can begin, please. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Arish Halani. I am a resident in Boston, and I am also the founder of OmniCan. I have been working alongside my father, mother, and sister, who have helped work together with me through the licensing process. That's okay. And we're attempting to open an adult-use cannabis dispensary in the city of East Boston. We have cited a location that fits the requirements of the state and are hoping to receive a host community agreement from the city of Boston. I'd like to begin with quoting a statistic presented by the Social Equity Program from the Cannabis Control Commission. The current breakdown of the cannabis business owners and founders by race are as follows: 81% white, 6.7% other, 5.7% Hispanic and Latino, 4.3% African American, and lastly, 2.4% Asian. This shows the disparities in representation in the cannabis industry, as there is a clear divide in representation of ownership by race. The Cannabis Control Commission has identified some of the key barriers to entry as a multitude of factors, including the following: lack of capital, access to real estate, cost of licensing, regulatory fees, and many more. Opening a cannabis business is extremely difficult, even if you're able to get past the barriers of entry. There are a plethora of roadblocks that will come through a way of an operator. As the city continues to implement social equity within their application and approval process, I urge that and recommend that they take a hard look at those applicants that have spent the countless hours as small business owners trying to get into the cannabis industry. Those operators are different than the well-capitalized firms backed by former high-profile officials who have already received their host community agreements. It must be noted that the delays in the local and state approval process inevitably benefit larger operators who have the financial ability to withstand substantial approval delays. True equity applicants have poured all their hard-earned dollars into the arduous licensing process in hopes to achieve their dream of becoming entrepreneurs. Those are the very people who voted for cannabis to become legal, and they're the best positioned to help the community and involve the community. According to the Boston Globe, Mayor Walsh has claimed that the city's efforts to include cannabis companies owned by color were further slowing down the process. So I urge the city of Boston to try to change the disparity in representation in the cannabis industry by taking a look at the existing applicants that fit the equity profile and award licenses to different races, small operators, and entrepreneurs so everyone can have a fair chance in this licensing process.
Thank you so much. And if you have that testimony in writing, if you submit it back here, we'll get it into the public record. Thank you so much. Is Jim here? And just so that people know, I've put on a 2-minute timer just so that we can be efficient. If you find yourself running out of time, if you could just sum up. And if you have your testimony in writing, you can certainly feel free to submit that. If points have already been made, maybe if you could stick to items that have not been made. Jim, thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, councilors. Good afternoon. My name is Jim Carvalho, and I'm Political Director and Vice President of the United Food and Commercial Workers Union, Local 1445. UFCW represents, which is United Food and Commercial Workers Union, represents tens of thousands of cannabis workers across the country in every stage from seed to sale for the purposes of collective bargaining. In our experience, we have found time and again that the cannabis industry is the safest, most successful, and most beneficial to the communities it is in only when it creates strong middle-class jobs. I'm very pleased by the discussion today regarding equity and pleased to find the regulations crafted in the Cannabis Control Commission contains a number of provisions that will benefit communities, such as keeping fees low and encouraging diversity in business ownership and employees. Workers covered under collective bargaining agreements, thankfully, are always equal to their peers, regardless of gender or race, because they all receive equal raises, equal benefits, and are covered under the same contractual protections as everyone they work with. To encourage the creation of strong middle-class jobs, I hope the City of Boston considers creating even stronger standards that will benefit future employees of this industry, as well as our communities. UFCW hopes the city encourages and welcomes employers who allow their workers to have a voice at work and a seat at the table as a priority when implementing this new business. Adult use cannabis has the potential to help bolster middle-class jobs in the city, and in our union's experience, the safest, most successful cannabis industries are the ones that create strong middle-class jobs. I want to thank you again for allowing me to testify here at the hearing, and my contact information is on my testimony. If you have any further questions, please don't hesitate to reach out to me.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Is
you.
Carlos here?
I'm sorry. My name is Emmanuel DeBarros. I'm a resident of Boston. So I recently moved from Roxbury to Charlestown. So I am a community organizer, and in the past, I advocated for equity in Boston and Massachusetts for transit, education, and housing, and also with jobs for youth, and also for people for jobs in the private sector. Racial equity is necessary for this cannabis industry because this is money that will be there. And Boston, there's a big wealth disparity according to the 2015 study. So from white household, that was $2,047,000 compared to $8 from black household. And for this example, you can look at the neighborhood of Roxbury. And this sort just going down Tremont or Malcolm X Boulevard down to Delhi Street. For social consumption, this would be important in Boston because most of our housing are public housing, and for most of the people in Boston are university students because there's pretty much just college every neighborhood of Boston. And also with social consumption, this will create more jobs for people who are not able to get in the industry as easily as they could. But there's so much ways for social consumption, such as cafes, yoga lounges, smoke lounges, and even a gym where people can smoke without having to being in their household and feel threat that they might be evicted or pushed out of their house.
Emmanuel, if you could submit your written testimony, that would be helpful.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Eric Swartz, Larry Bushbaum, and Kamani Jefferson. You got to switch your name out. Switch your name out. Yes. Are you Kamani?
Swartz.
Eric Swartz?
I'm not hearing myself.
Is mic on?
Yeah.
All right. My name is Eric Schwartz. I am co-founder of the Cannabis Co-op Farm Bug Cooperative. I am a Somerville resident, and I am here today representing the human toll. I am a husband and a father of 2 little girls. In addition to my family and full-time job, I am running a startup. I smoke pot every day, and I've never been more productive. This is what the human toll looks like. First, let's address Massachusetts state law, which 62% of Boston voters approved. In this jar, I have some dried and cured cannabis flower. It is my legal right per Chapter 94G, Section 7, to possess marijuana for personal use and grow up to 12 plants in my residence, as well as keep everything produced by those plants. Per Section 7, I can give away up to 1 ounce. Mayor Marty Walsh may be limiting the local industry to well-funded corporations with political connections, but this industry has always been here. Restricting the regulated industry will not stop cannabis use. Second, let's talk about equity. Per Section 4, Chapter 94G, the state-sanctioned Cannabis Control Commission must promote and encourage full participation in the regulated marijuana industry by people from communities disproportionately harmed by marijuana prohibition. In Somerville, I have a forward-thinking alderman, J.T. Scott. J.T. met with me about this issue and ultimately devised a plan that I supported for a local licensing ordinance that prioritizes economic empowerment applicants and locally owned businesses. I believe that this ordinance truly achieves the spirit of the state law. This policy should be mirrored in Boston and copied across the state. The cannabis industry is projected to be a $1 billion industry by 2020 in Massachusetts alone. The citizens of Massachusetts do not simply want a piece of this pie. We want ownership of this industry. We also want our elected officials to represent us. If you don't, I guarantee that the voters of Boston will support the right candidates who will. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And next, we have Larry Bushbaum, Kamani Jefferson, Ross Bradshaw, Tim McNoma, and Colonel Berth. If you can just line up at the mics, please.
And thank you, Chairperson Janey, for getting my name right. I am Larry Buxbaum. I'm with the law firm of Prince Lobel, and I'm here representing Michael Ross, former president of the council. Dear Chairperson Janey.
Can you speak a little closer to the mic, sir?
Dear Chairperson Janey and the honorable members of the Boston City Council, thanks for inviting Mike to provide testimony on this very important topic. He's a commercial real estate attorney at Prince Lobel, and since 2013, late 2013, Prince Lobel has been engaged in providing advice to clients throughout Massachusetts seeking to operate in the cannabis industry. The firm has represented dozens of clients throughout the Commonwealth and as such have had an opportunity to observe the inner workings of the various municipalities and their respective approaches to regulating the industry. At the outset, I wish to commend the City of Boston, the administration, and the council in its approach to regulating this industry. We have successfully permitted 4 entities within Boston alone, and currently in the process of permitting several others, several of which are either led by a person of color or comprised of equity applicants. In fact, the first Boston-based entity to receive a host community agreement for a cannabis entity for adult use is Mike's client, Ascend Massachusetts, whose CEO, Andrea Cabral. In Mike's experience, he's found that the city's process to be fair, predictable, intelligent, and wish to thank the Director of Emerging Industries, Alexis, that was here testifying before, for her equitable and efficient approach to her duties. In terms of creating new opportunities for equity applicants, we applaud Councilors Presley and McCarthy, as well as those who have signed.
Mr. Boschbaum, I'm going to invite you to present your written testimony, if you would, please, just so that we allow others
And I'll wrap up by saying that Mike's suggestion is that there be flexibility in the process.
Thank you so much. I do appreciate that. Thank you. Kamani?
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Kamani Jefferson. I'm the registered lobbyist and president of the Massachusetts Recreational Consumer Council, MRCC. We're also a social equity vendor in the Cannabis Control Commission Social Equity Program. First, the Cannabis Control Commission has created a wide variety of license types to encourage the participation of businesses of all sizes. The City of Boston must encourage development of small businesses and should give serious consideration to zoning marijuana businesses based on the nature of their primary business operations. So that includes testing labs, transporters, micro businesses, craft co-ops, and other cultivators and manufacturers outside of just retail. Second, Commissioner Title already stated that the host community agreement should be transparent, so I'll leave that at that. Third, the City of Boston should create an incubator or an accelerator program that seeks to provide assistance to startup companies, including, but not limited to, grants, access and intros to potential sources of capital, cultivation, manufacture or retail space, management training or other forms of industry-specific technical training, mentorship from experts, formation of peer support groups, and lastly, MRCC would also like to propose a Boston Special Committee on cannabis regulation and or town halls across the city on this topic. Public participation on this subject is seriously lacking throughout the entire city, and we believe a committee with ongoing meetings will benefit all parties involved. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Mr. Bradshaw, Mr. Tim McNamara? Are you Mr. Bradshaw?
Correct.
Please, thank you.
Hi, my name is Ross Bradshaw. I'm a director with Equitable Opportunities Now. We've had the opportunity of working with the council in the past. And we've worked with a lot of individuals and communities that have been disproportionately impacted by marijuana prohibition. And over the course of the last probably about a year and a half now, we know there's significant interest from folks that have been harmed by marijuana prohibition to participate and be owners within this industry. And there are significant barriers to entry, especially in the city of Boston. And so one of the things I think that can be implemented relatively easily and set the tone for Boston applicants is establishing a 1-to-1 ratio or a 1-to-2 ratio that was mentioned, or even relaxed zoning. And essentially what I think that will do is help with a lot of the applicants that are struggling to get involved in this industry from a real estate perspective. Finding adequate space within Boston is a cumbersome process, and right now a lot of the properties that would be potentially zoned are being frozen up by applicants from out of state that have the capital to sit on properties and essentially box out equity applicants. So establishing and letting the tone, or setting a tone for equity applicants as a priority in the city of Boston, in my opinion, would free up a lot of those locations. And at the same time, what it would also do is it would allow cash and a lot of investment to flow through to the equity applicants. Outside of that, I think it's going to be extremely difficult for equity applicants to get a foothold within this industry. I think it's important with potentially a 1-to-1 type of guideline to set guidelines and guide rails for applicants within the city, and then to let the market do its job. And I think if we position equity applicants and minorities and individuals who have been impacted in a position where they can receive capital, they'll do well.
Thank you so much. I do appreciate you. Is Mr. McNamara here? And the Colonel, Colonel Berth, Nicole Snow, Michael Latupe. I apologize if I'm butchering your names. Please line up at the podium. And if you have written testimony, if you can just highlight the main points and submit the written testimony, that would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
All right, let me get my notes.
And state your name, please.
My name is Nicole Snow. I live at 190 Bridge Street in Salem. I am the president and executive director of the Massachusetts Patient Advocacy Alliance, which represents patients that are registered to use medical marijuana for medical purposes. I just wanted to come here and state that medical marijuana is not over yet. The Massachusetts state agencies that I'm working with encounter patients that have the same federal problems that we have been discussing here in this room with regards to the rollout of the legal system. The state agencies that I've been working with as far as patients' concerns. As we open up stores and it becomes normalized that cannabis is legal, patients do acquire cannabis and they have no place to go. So until we actually work out these smaller business issues and develop cultural competency in the businesses that we want here in Massachusetts and develop business diversity so that we have lower levels of entry and barriers to entry, we won't have that cultural competency. And like you stated before, women will serve women, veterans will serve veterans, people of color will serve people of color, and patients will serve patients. And this is the kind of thing that we want to continue talking about. I participate on the subcommittee for the Cannabis Advisory Board called Market Participation, and that's about bridging the gap between the illicit market and the regulated market. And patients are still a part of the conversation, so I just wanted to leave you with that, and thank you very much. Please do your work at the federal level. Thank you.
And if you have something in writing, please feel free to submit that. Michael? Is Michael here?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm right here.
Please, thank you, Michael.
Hi, I'm Michael O'Toole. I am actually an economic empowerment applicant. I'm hopeful Boston will follow in Somerville's lead and develop a strong equity program that requires alternating review between economic empowerment applicants and general applicants, as the Cannabis Commission's own municipal guidance suggests. Boston should take a further step beyond alternating review in Somerville and model off the City of Oakland's equity program in California, and also require that all non-equity applicants must co-locate with an economic empowerment or equity applicant. This would mean that every single operator in Boston, including priority RMDs and new general applicants that want to sell adult use, would need to team up with an economic empowerment applicant or equity program participant before being allowed to sell adult use. Additionally, if the city decides to prioritize local resident applicants, Boston should go beyond what Somerville required and mandate that those residents have been residents of Boston for a minimum of 10 years and that they are also participants in the Cannabis Commission's social equity program before being prioritized. Economic empowerment programs like me have restrictions put on our ownership, restrictions on how we can sell our business, including who can own our business, who we can hire, and more. While individuals may have qualified as an economic empowerment applicant, it is important to distinguish state-certified economic empowerment applicants from those who would have qualified. Those who would have qualified don't have the same state sanctions on their businesses as state-certified applicants, and therefore should not be treated the same as a state-certified economic empowerment applicant. Protections must be put in place which require those that are not state-certified economic empowerment applicants to abide by the same restrictions as state-certified economic empowerment applicants if they want to be treated the same in terms of prioritization.
I would like to invite you to submit that in writing. I do appreciate your testimony, and it's very important. Thank you so much. Is Gary here, Molly here, Marco, Jeremy, and Armani? If you could line up, please. Thank you. And you are, sir?
Good afternoon. My name's Gary. My last name is Gill.
Thank you.
I'm here because I live in the city of Salem, Massachusetts. But first of all, I want to give some props out here. Thank you for holding this meeting. I'm sorry that it's taken this long to get to us. I am a resident in the city of Salem. I'm also a Democrat delegate in Salem with a big voice that got us to this point where we are for medical marijuana for HIV and AIDS. That's my platform. And I've been pushing that ball up the hill all that time, and I got my state rep, Paul Tucker, behind me. He knows I'm here today. I sent him a text last night. He sent me a text late last night and told me to go for it. My state senator is Joan Lovely, and my congressman is Seth Moulton. All three of them.
Gary, I just want to remind you that the clock is ticking. Okay.
All three of them have helped me get to this part, to get to you guys. But now the city of Salem, even though I represent the gay community in the city of Salem and have built that city within the last 8 years to be what it is now with Mayor Kim Driscoll, we're having a few problems. She's my best friend. I'm going to throw her on the bus this morning. She is not following through everything that we're talking about, economical empowerment, topic today. Our city councilors keep putting up barriers, don't want to have conversation, dialogue, and it's fallen on Kim's lap. And she is waiting for results from you guys in regards to host agreements, Every time we keep going to her, I can go to her at a moment's notice and talk to her and have a conversation. She says, Gary, I'm waiting on what the state is going to say. How many times have I heard that over and over again? When I leave here today, the first person I'm texting is State Senator Joan Lovely, because she texted me last night. She goes, inform me as soon as you leave there today on what was said. So I'm letting you know the economical empowerment topic, that is a whole field all by itself. It needs to be addressed. It was nice to give that title and the certificates and all that information out to those people who do qualify for that, but it stopped right there.
Thank you so much, Gary. We're
All right.
going to keep moving. Thank you. Is Molly here? Okay, Jeremy and then Amani. No, Marco, then Jeremy, then Amani. Marco.
My name is Marco McWayne. I'm an audio engineer at Hardest City Studios in Roxbury. I just want to say I'm originally from North Carolina, so to see this happening right now is mind-blowing to me, because for me growing up, I've seen my cousins being arrested and in prison because of this. So it's just like, I'm growing up not seeing my cousins. So it's just like, it's really like just great to see people can see like what's going on. One thing I want to say is I would want to power black men as far as like generational wealth.
Yes.
Because just like employment is like it's only temporary. So with that, it's not going to build any generational wealth. So I just want to speak my piece on that, and I just want to say thank y'all for doing this. A solution I have as far as like with banking, I think we should talk with Terry Williams about this, because in Roxbury, Dorchester, Mattapan, that's like where most of the black people are. And if we're talking about like equity and having more jobs, I think they should have like more dispensaries or whatever in that location too as well. That's my piece.
Thank you so much. I do appreciate you. Jeremy and then Armani.
Hello, Council. Thank you for having me. But first, I want to send a big thank you to my first responders up there, firemen. They saved my mom 2 months ago in a fire. So, in Mattapan Square, Tim McCarthy, that's your district. So, thank you guys. Appreciate you getting elected. I see you. But once again, Jeremy Thompson. I'm a board member of Equitable Opportunities Now. I'm a community advocate. I have a consultant business. More importantly, I'm a returning citizen to this community. All right. So I want to talk more particularly really quick about zoning. And I've been working really closely with the mayor of Cambridge and their city council and the work that they're doing in regards to returning citizens in this cannabis industry. Now, they're implementing several things, and one thing that haven't been noted is that the mayor of Cambridge is talking about removing that 3% tax for equitable for these equitable applicants as well. So that may be something Boston wants to consider as well. Also, you heard earlier that Cambridge will allow economic empowerment applicants to move within that 500-foot radius so they can have a chance to do business in these areas. One thing that's really concerning to me is that Harvard Square, a cannabis business, sold for multiple millions of dollars, right? And this happened because the valuation increased because of zoning. So if no other businesses can participate in these areas, of course, a big company from Canada could come in and purchase this company for upwards $50 million, right? So the valuation and zoning is causing a lot of problems for people to open these businesses. So these are a couple of things I wanted to touch on. A couple of my partners in Eon will touch on other subjects, but I want to thank you guys, and I hope you work really closely with Somerville and Cambridge and instituting a lot of the things that they're doing, because they're leading the forefront in this industry.
Thank you so much, Jeremy. I appreciate you. Amani? And then after Amani, we've got Devonta Davis and Sean Burt.
Cool. How you doing? Thank you all for having me. My name is Armani. I'm with Equitable Opportunities Now. I want to say thanks a lot to Congresswoman-elect for kind of championing this here in Boston from the start. We are part of a crew of folks who fought to make sure that equity was a part of this legislation, to make sure that it wasn't cut out when that was attempted. And so we're really, really worried. We helped sign up around like 50 or so people to be economic empowerment applicants, and there were more people who wanted to be a part of that. And so if there's a way to actually open that back up, or like in Somerville, they're doing the municipal, like Somerville version, if there's a way to do that in Boston, that sounds like a great idea to offer that back to folks who missed that 2-week gap. And it was great to have that opportunity, but I think people want more time. And also, I think what's really important is for the City Council and the City of Boston to push for economic empowerment applicants to be the ones that get the first licenses. I think what we heard from the panelists around slowing it down, making it so that no other applicants get licenses approved unless they're economic empowerment applicants. I think that's a great way to show commitment to equity. And I think that can be done multiple, 1, 2, 3 years. As Jeremy just said, if there's a way to make it so that there can be businesses within that half-mile radius, like, so maybe make it so that you can be a half a mile or a quarter mile, away from the other business, in a way to kind of figure out a plan with the City of Boston around the amount of schools and charter schools and pro schools that we have in Roxbury, Dorchester, Mattapan, where a lot of economic empowerment applicants are. We don't want to end up in a situation where a rich white person from out of state opens up a business in the heart of the community of color and then no one else can.
Yes,
so,
exactly.
and
Mr.
so,
Wright, if you have your testimony
right here
in
for you.
writing, I
Yep.
certainly would appreciate that, and we'll keep moving on. There are just
Thank
a
you.
few more folks. I'm mindful that we have another hearing scheduled, and I want to make sure that we get through all of the folks who wanted to testify. I appreciate your patience with us. Is Devonta Davis here, Sean Burt, Leah Daniels, Colonel Booth, and Sia Samora? And I hope I'm saying everybody's name right. Devonta?
Devontae right here.
Okay, sorry, Devontae.
It's
Thank
spelled correctly.
Okay, sorry, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Devontae Davis. I'm the CEO of Flowerheads. I'm also a veteran. I served in the United States Marine Corps for 5 years, thanks to the first responders all up there. And I just want to say, as far as the economic empowerment goes, I feel like they delivered the economic empowerment applicants and certificates. I work with a couple economic empowerment applicants on our team. We're also trying to open up a retail store in the Mattapan area. And I feel like there really was no system in place to help them succeed. They said, here's the economic empowerment certificate, okay, and that was it, So I feel like, luckily, we have a good enough team where we're able to gather investors and stuff like that. But I feel like funding is a huge issue because obviously cannabis is federally illegal, so federal funding is not available to people who don't have the education, don't have access to all that stuff. Education, I feel like, is also very important because I'm from the Dorchester, Roxbury community. I've grown up there my whole entire life, and writing business plans isn't something that isn't no knowledge. Pro formas, slide decks, anything that you need to get investors to invest in your business isn't normal information in our community. So I feel like having programs that would pertain to that aspect, because getting started is the biggest part. Getting started is the biggest part of the process, and why people don't fill out applications with the city. People don't go to the zoning board. People don't have funding. People don't even have a site, because now they have to look at, is it 500 feet from a school? I have to gain the trust of the community. There's churches everywhere who have...
Mr. Davis, if you could just wrap up, please.
Yes, ma'am. But all that is just pretty much my thing. And I also like to say congratulations to Congresswoman-elect Presley. So.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you, Mr. Davis. Sean Burt and Leah Daniels, Colonel Booth, and Sia Samora. And I apologize if I'm messing up names.
Birdie.
Please, sir. Oh, yes, I remember you.
Yes.
Hi,
how you doing,
Good
Council?
to see you again.
Thank you for having this meeting. As an economic empowerment applicant with a spouse who's a equity applicant, this is very meaningful. I won't touch upon everything that's already been said, except for the residency. I'd like to see the residency requirement be robust. Congresswoman-elect Presley mentioned something about the civil service exams and mattress addresses. We need to combat that ahead of time. Don't think people haven't moved into Boston in the past 2 years trying to get residency for this as well. So something beyond the 2-year mark that you would see on a civil service exam will go a great way for making sure those in our neighborhoods have a piece of this pie. Thank you.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much, Sean. Leah?
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. Leah Daniels, the name of the business would be alchemyleague.com. As an economic empowerment applicant, I would first like to thank Shakia for even developing and creating this so that we have this opportunity to stand before you. I appreciate that you allowed us to come and speak to you. I appreciate the team and the consultants that worked with me to help me get to this level that I am right now. And yes, it was difficult. We are looking forward to working with the mayor. We're really clear that he feels like this is a gateway drug. It's not. We would like to work with him. If the area in which we selected is not the area he wants us to be in, let us know where you want us and where you want us to go. Our concern is being part of Roxbury community and Roxbury development and Roxbury's economic empowerment in Go District 7. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Hello.
Are you Colonel?
I'm Sia Samora.
Oh, Colonel left. Okay.
I'm Sia Samora. Most people know me as Chief. I happen to be the owner of 612 Studios on Hyde Park Ave, an economic empowerment applicant. Okay. I just had a few quick things. I know we're coming to the end here. I support the one-to-one for social equity businesses here. I think that's smart if you don't do full exclusivity. And the state process for licensing requires control of expensive real estate. That's the difference. Other businesses start at home. Small businesses start at home. The state doesn't allow for that. So that's where some of this equity stuff is really coming from. The way that the state is requiring us to make businesses, you have to have expensive real estate. People like myself need that small biz help to move through the city bureaucracy. And we need more equitable licensing categories and regulations. Small businesses, of course, start at home. Exclusivity should be given to them. And I just wanted you to think about this. When we're thinking about benefits from this new licensed legal cannabis stuff, and we're thinking about where all this money goes in taxes, please think about fighting gentrification. And you're talking about residents don't like the cannabis biz. Well, they would really love it if those taxes were going towards their real estate taxes and helping them stay in the neighborhoods. We should really be fighting gentrification directly with these taxes. And I think that's what residents want to see. And I think that's kind of like what we're all talking about here. So I would like to see, regardless of who owns the store, who's working there, or even where the store is in Massachusetts, I would really like to see these monies come right back to the neighborhoods which we have already acknowledged have been harmed from previous cannabis prohibition. So I'd make myself available to you all. I really appreciate the opportunity to come here and the fact that you're having this here, and thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Chief. I appreciate that. Is Ethan Vogt here, Shannon Jones, and then Harry Jen Jock? And those are the last. I appreciate your patience. These are the last people to testify. Please come to the mic and state your name.
Hello, good evening. Good afternoon. Harry Jajak. I'm from the community. My brother and I, we tried to get the economic empowerment. Pretty much we're here. I heard the gentleman in the prior panel talk about construction and how that can be a reflection of society, how you change, getting minority applicants and giving them the tools of the trade, supposedly. But I can tell you firsthand, all that is talk. I'm a Boston carpenter, and if you go on any job site, it's 90% white. And out of that 90%, most of the people aren't from the city. So all these things people are talking about, all these lofty ideals, I want them to be more concrete. I think Boston should have their own commission, and that should have teeth on it to allow everything we're talking about to go forward, as opposed to just people talking about it, and then later on it'll be too late. That's it. I appreciate everything you guys are doing, and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And are you Shannon?
No. Can I squeeze in for Shannon since she's not here?
Are you Shannon? Okay. Shannon. We're going to take Shannon.
Sorry. But you're going to come after me. Thank you. Whatever you say, I got you. Hi, my name is Shannon Jones. I wasn't going to speak, but I just wanted to say a few words. I am an economic empowerment applicant as well. And one of the things that I want to touch about is the timing that this is going to take. It's already been 2 years since we voted. We waited for the CCC to be formed. They were formed. They also started their delays. Now we do have a legal market, and even when it was delayed for 6 months, however long, it still isn't right. So you guys cannot be fearful in writing these regulations. You cannot be fearful. Well, what we need to get the ball rolling so people can start grabbing onto this economic empowerment. With that being said, too, one of the issues that I think Boston might have, because I'm not from Boston, but what I can foresee, because the way that the city is set up and because of the size of it, it's not a big city at all. If crowds are going to be coming to Boston, parking, all that is going to be an issue. Delivery needs to happen. We need to get access to our customers, our patients, not forgetting that there are medical people who rely on this. One of the other issues that I wanted to touch on briefly, with this whole process, the preservation of the cannabis industry is not being saved. People are coming in, faces that I've never seen before. I've been a consumer for 20 years now, deep into the underground piece of it. So now that we are in this great state of, oh, that's legal, it isn't looking familiar to what I would have foresaw it to be. It's very unfamiliar faces. People are only talking about money. There was an industry that came before this that happened years and decades before any of these conversations even started. So you guys need to start going to those neighborhoods, talking to the people who've done this, risked their lives, who've been in the business, even went to jail. They are the ones that are going to have the real knowledge, not the big businesses that are coming swoop in. Oh yeah, we have this program now. That's awesome. But where were you years ago before it was legal? So you have to think about who you guys are working with and who the people that you really wanted to represent. Because, like he said, some of it's kind of like lip service, and I don't see the reality of it.
Shannon, thank you so much for your testimony. Thank you. Jay, last words, 60 seconds.
Quickly, I just want to say that there's a disconnect between the city and the state. So I don't know when those meetings are happening, but it doesn't sound like they're happening at all because they're not on the same page. And for people that think that there's only dispensaries, you can absolutely do small businesses, creative growth, and make edibles right out of your home. I think it's very important for people to know it's not just big money in dispensaries. There are other small businesses that mom and pops actually could succeed in.
Thank you so much. Unfortunately, I know this is a hot topic. I do encourage anyone who is still here that wants to speak to meet with me in my office. I am mindful that another hearing was supposed to start at 2, so I want to be respectful of the folks who are in the chamber and of my colleagues on the council. So if you still want to discuss this matter, it's a very important issue, equity in cannabis. I'm available to speak. Maybe the sponsors are as well, certainly their staff. But for now, I'd just like to close this out. Please forgive me for not allowing for closing comments. We'll have an opportunity to present at tomorrow's council meeting. Thank you all again to all of the panelists who participated, to all of the people who offered public testimony, and thank you for your indulgence and patience as you begin this next hearing, Councilor McCarthy. Also want to just close by thanking again the makers of this hearing order. I look forward to moving forward and creating policies here in Boston that move us forward in terms of equity. Thank you. This hearing is now adjourned.